Chapter 601. How can an acquired object be compared with an innate object? If the innate five-panicle degenerates into an acquired object, its effect will decline to an unknown extent. Almost subconsciously, Shino explained. But if the innate five-panicle doesn't change into an acquired five-panicle, the human tribe will have a very serious food crisis. And in this food crisis that affects the entire human tribe, I don't know how many people will starve to death. Shino, do you know the importance of this? Xianqing's indifferent voice slowly passed into Shino's ears, which made him fall silent on the spot. Compared with the future of the human tribe, innate and acquired objects were not important. Only surviving was the most important. You can only gain if you give up something. There is a lot of truth in giving up something and gaining something. Shino, you need to understand it well. Looking at Shino's hesitation, Xianqing said with a smile. Can I bear to? After silently comprehending for a while, Shino seemed to have understood something, so he respectfully stepped forward and asked Xianqing for advice. Please teach me, immortal master. As the leader of a tribe, Shino's wisdom was obviously far beyond that of ordinary people. It was impossible for him not to see that Xianqing appeared here deliberately to enlighten him. Otherwise, given the vastness of the untainted land, how could immortal Master Xianqing appear here so coincidentally and have a friendly conversation with him, an insignificant person? Obviously, this was his opportunity. Good. You're worth teaching. Poor Wei has a volume of the Book of Souls, which was created by Poor Wei by observing the growth and changes of all things. It contains the law of growth of all things, as well as some of Poor Wei's insights and discoveries. Today, I will give him to you. Perhaps he can be of help to you and help you solve the crisis of the human race. Xianqing sighed with emotion, took out the Book of Souls, which he had prepared long ago, and handed it to Shino. Don't underestimate the Book of Souls. This book recorded the detailed information of most of the spiritual plants in the untainted land, which could be called an encyclopedia of plants. Xianqing had the identity of Spirit Emperor, otherwise, he couldn't have written this book. From this, one could see how precious this book was. As for those insights, they were experiments on hybridization in the future. Xianqing did not have the time to study it, nor did he intend to study it. He recorded it in a book and left it for the future generations to see if they had the opportunity to obtain this merit. If Shino wanted to, he could verify it himself and obtain a portion of merit. As for whether this would affect Shinong's Dao attainment, Feng Zichen chuckled. As early as the Antiquity Age, when the human tribe was just born, Feng Zichen had implemented the achievements of the three emperors in the human tribe. In other words, everything was in chaos. If the three sovereigns still followed their original path, then they would definitely not be able to obtain enough merit to attain the Dao. Feng Zichen had narrowed their paths. In order for the three sovereigns to gather enough merit, Feng Zichen had also put in a lot of effort. First, he let Fuxi reshape the civilization of the human race. After that, he helped him quell the chaos of the Khanate ferocious beasts to achieve his supreme reputation. Only then did he gather enough merit for Fuxi to become the emperor. Such a Fuxi had the merit of saving the world. He was even greater than the legendary him in the future. Thus, the accomplishments he obtained were even greater. Fuxi was not only the emperor of the human race, but also the emperor of all races. And this was also Feng Zichen's goal. He wanted the three sovereigns of the human race to become the master of all races and unify the primordial world. With his help, Fuxi had undoubtedly achieved this. Now it was Shino's turn. When Fuxi was in power, there was a riot of Khanate ferocious beasts. It was precisely because of the prestige of quelling the chaos of the Khanate ferocious beasts that Fuxi was able to become the master of all races and unify the primordial world. This was Fuxi's opportunity. And Shino's opportunity was not bad. Now, the Khanate murderous aura had made a comeback and threatened the entire primordial world. If someone came forward to quell it at this moment, his prestige would definitely reach its peak. With this merit, he could aspire to the position of the master of the world. Feng Zichen had already prepared a way to deal with the Khanate murderous aura. and Shino was the person to carry out the plan. With this merit and Fushi's help, it could be said that the overall situation was set. However, that was all in the future. Now, the most important thing was to let Shino solve the food crisis of the human race first so that he could use this merit to become the next leader of the human race. As for the matter of becoming the master of all races, it was better to wait until Shino became the leader of the human race. After all, rice had to be eaten mouthful by mouthful, and his steps could not be too big. Otherwise, it would be easy to pull. How could he help Shino become the leader of the human race? Feng Zichen had already made a detailed plan. Although Feng Zichen had already done all the teaching of agriculture and medicine, he still didn't know what to do. However, Feng Zichen's era was the Khanate era. At that time, it was the most glorious period of the primordial world. The earth was full of Khanate items, and there was no room for postnatal items to survive. Therefore, the agriculture and pharmacology that Feng Zichen taught were all centered around Khanate items. In the Khanate era, these were of course excellent. However, in the current era, they seemed a little outdated. In short, it was inappropriate. What Shino had to do now was to use the spiritual book as the foundation and transform all the Khanate agriculture and pharmacology into postnatal agriculture and pharmacology to adapt to the current era. This was a big project. The difficulty was naturally great. However, if it was done, the benefits would be extremely rich. At the very least, it could make Shino the successor of the human race's leader. Countless schemes flashed through Xianqing's mind. However, Shino knew nothing about this. He only took the spiritual book from Xianqing's hands with slight excitement and said gratefully, "Immortal Master, I will never forget your kindness." As he spoke, Shino carefully put away the spiritual book. "Shino, poor Wei has a numinous treasure here. I'll give it to you to help you." Xianqing took out a red whip and handed it to Shino as he spoke. This whip was called the Ochre Whip, and it was a middle-grade Khanate numinous treasure. However, although the Ochre Whip was a Khanate numinous treasure, it was not born from heaven and earth. Instead, it was refined by Feng Zichen with the broken branches of the World Tree as the main material and various Khanate numinous treasures. The World Tree's level was chaotic. Of course, its branches were the best material to refine Khanate numinous treasures. Back then, the demon ancestor Rahu self-destructed his body. Although everyone tried their best to protect each other, the World Tree was still affected and some of its branches were broken. Feng Zichen collected the broken branches and refined them into a middle-grade Khanate spiritual treasure, not wanting to waste anything. Because it was formed from the branches of the World Tree, the Ochre Whip was a numinous treasure of the wood element. It had a suppressive effect on all plants and could detoxify all poisons. This was an auxiliary Khanate numinous treasure. "Thank you, Immortal Master." After accepting the Ochre Whip, Shino thanked him again. "All right. You can go now." After handing all the things to Shino, Xianqing left directly. Next, thus, Shino began his journey to attain the Tao. It took him 1,000 years. He divided the Khanate 5 grains. He turned them into 5 types of postnatal spirit plants and 5 grains. He solved the food crisis of the human race in one fell swoop. From then on, Shino's prestige in the human race soared. Almost all the tribes were promoting Shino's good name. However, Shino did not feel the slightest bit complacent because of this. He felt that what he had done was far from enough. Therefore, Shino did not stop his footsteps. He walked in the primordial world and used the spirit book as a comparison to re-identify the medicinal properties of the 10,000 herbs. During this period, Shino also encountered danger. However, the Ochre Whip was a precious treasure of the wood element. It contained a large amount of life origin. No matter how seriously injured Shino was, it could pull Shino back from the edge of death. Therefore, although Shino's experience was dangerous, it did not endanger his life. Just like that, Shino kept moving. Just like that, after spending 10,000 years, Shino traveled to all the territories of the human race. Finally, he sorted out the medicinal properties of the spiritual herbs and compiled a Shinong's 100 Herbs scripture for his clansmen to identify the herbs. Once this book was completed, merit immediately descended from the heavens. causing Shino's realm to break through to the realm of the Daluo Jingxian in one fell swoop. It turned out that unknowingly, the heavenly Tao had already returned to the primordial world and taken over everything in the primordial world. On the other hand, Tao ancestor Hong Jun and the saints had yet to return because they were wary of the chaos fiend god. With the return of the heavenly Tao, the speed at which the world changed became faster and faster. Gradually, the Daluo Jingxian of the primordial world. Finally, they could not stand the current environment of the world. They began to carry out a large-scale migration. One by one, the Daluo Jingxian flew out of the Taoist field. They either went to the Taoist field of the great magicians, flew into the Daluo sky, or entered the heaven realm. In short, the number of Daluo Jingxian on the primordial world became fewer and fewer. With the departure of the Daluo Jingxian, their Tao no longer interfered with the operation of the rules. Instead, the operation of the primordial world became more smooth. The entire primordial world became more and more lively. However, the Khanate races living on the ground did not think so. They felt very uncomfortable. Affected by the change of the world, although the descendants of their race still retained the identity of Khanate life forms, they inevitably showed signs of transforming into postnatal life forms. It could be said that each generation was worse than the previous one. It was estimated that it would not be long before their race would no longer give birth to Khanate-level descendants. Instead, they would give birth to postnatal-level descendants. Although the experts of the Khanate races had expected this situation, they still found it hard to accept when it really happened. However, so what if they found it hard to accept? The general trend would not change because of their dissatisfaction. On the contrary, the general trend would crush all existences that dared to obstruct it. Therefore, even if they were dissatisfied, the experts of the Khanate races had to endure it and think of ways to adapt. Of course, not all Khanate races would be affected by the change of the world. Some earth-shattering figures were too powerful. Their bloodline power was so powerful that they could even resist the rules of the world and even suppress them. Their descendants, because they inherited their bloodline, had all kinds of mysterious abilities. As a result, they could ignore the influence of the change of the world and still maintain their identity as Khanate life forms. The Magi were the best of such life forms. The Magi who had Pangu's bloodline, even if they had declined to the extreme, no one could take away their noble identity. It could be said that no matter how the world changed, it could not weaken the power of their bloodline. In addition, those Khanate races who had made great contributions to the primordial world would also receive some preferential treatment from the world. For example, the 3 Khanate races. Their descendants who stayed in the primordial world might be affected by the change of the world and their levels would drop a lot. However, they would not lose their identity as Khanate life forms and still have talent that far exceeded that of postnatal life forms. Such Khanate races would no longer be called Khanate life forms in the future. Instead, they would have a unified name, divine beasts. That's right. These Khanate races that had always retained their Khanate bloodlines gradually evolved into the divine beasts race as time passed. Although there were few of them, every one of them had great potential. In the primordial world, there were still a few who had connections. Most of them had no way to do so. As for these Daluo Jingxian who had no connections, after hesitating for a while, except for a small number of them who entered the heaven realm, most of them entered the Daluo sky. That was because there was hope for them to break through in the Daluo sky. It was not like there were no great beings in the Daluo sky. The great emperor of the Daluo sky was one of the few existences in the primordial world who could compete with saints. In addition, the Daluo sky was formed from a supreme Tao domain. Its level far surpassed that of a blessed grotto heaven. The combination of the two made the Daluo sky the first choice of the 3 paths. Moreover, there were so many fellow Taoists in the Daluo sky. It was very convenient to communicate. It was better than building a car behind closed doors. With this calculation, coming to the Daluo sky was a huge profit. As the Daluo Jingxian entered the Daluo sky, Feng Zichen's prestige once again reached its peak. Back then, when the Daluo sky had just appeared, Feng Zichen had invited a group of Daluo Jingxian. Although they did not come at that time, But at this moment, they came one after another. With one word, the world's Daluo Jinxian followed. That was the current Feng Zichen. Such an achievement could be said to have pushed his prestige to the limit. It could be said that, ever since Di Jun established the Heavenly Court, the power of the Heavenly Court had reached its peak in the hands of Feng Zichen. In the heavens and the earth, everyone submitted, although he was not the Celestial Emperor. As his reputation grew, Feng Zichen had a lot of things to do. Every day, people would come to him with trivial matters to deal with. He was so disturbed that he was not in the mood to go into seclusion to recover from his injuries. Moreover, the voice that called for him to establish himself as the Celestial Emperor had appeared again, and it was faintly becoming the mainstream. Chapter 602. This wouldn't do. When the Heavenly Tao wasn't around, Feng Zichen didn't intend to usurp the throne. Now that the Heavenly Tao was back, he couldn't do it. The Heavenly Tao wouldn't sit back and watch him take another step forward. Moreover, he had to go into seclusion to heal his injuries and reach the realm of primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. He had no time to fight for the position of Celestial Emperor. Therefore, Feng Zichen couldn't be the Celestial Emperor. At least, not for the time being. He had to think of a way to reject it. With a thought, Feng Zichen had an idea. Thus, he quietly left the Emperor Star and went to the Human Emperor's palace. What? Let Poor Wei enter the Celestial Court to temporarily take over the position of Celestial Emperor. In the Human Emperor Palace, Fuxi looked at Great Emperor Ziwei in front of him with a look of disbelief. If he didn't hear wrongly just now, Great Emperor Ziwei meant to let him temporarily take over the position of Celestial Emperor during the absence of Celestial Emperor Haoyan to maintain the normal operation of the Celestial Court. That's right. Fellow Taoist Fuxi, you didn't hear wrongly. I want you to enter the Celestial Court as the Emperor. Nodding, Feng Zichen first confirmed that Fuxi didn't hear wrongly, and then explained the reason to him. In the past, in order to stop the demon ancestor Luo Ho from wreaking havoc in the primordial world, the 4 emperors of the Celestial Court joined forces with the 5-element sacred beasts to fight him. Although we successfully repelled him, we also paid a painful price. Fellow Taoist Haoyan was forced to enter the cycle of reincarnation, and fellow Taoist Gaochen died because of this. Fellow Taoist Nanji and I were also seriously injured. The 4 of us were either dead or injured, but we were unable to control the Celestial Court. However, the Celestial Court can't be without a leader for a day. Therefore, after thinking about it, I feel that in the entire primordial world, only fellow Taoist Fuxi has the qualifications to temporarily take over the position of Celestial Emperor. Feng Zichen's meaning was very clear. The current situation of the 4 emperors of the Celestial Court was no longer able to maintain the operation of Celestial Emperor. Therefore, they needed to choose a suitable candidate from the primordial world to take over the position of Celestial Emperor, to maintain the normal operation of the Celestial Court during the cycle of Haotian. Without a doubt, the candidate that Feng Zichen's candidate was Fuxi. Of course, Fuxi was also the most suitable candidate to even without considering Fuxi's identity as a human. Just his identity as the master of all races was enough to make him the most qualified existence to replace the Celestial Emperor in the untainted land. Thus, the Testut. Feng Zichen made it clear, but Fuxi still hesitated. This was because after Celestial Emperor Hao Tian was forced to enter the cycle of reincarnation, the most qualified person in the primordial world to become the Celestial Emperor was not Fuxi, but the cyclic astral lord, Great Emperor Ziwei. And, at this moment the prestige of Great Emperor Ziwei had reached the peak of the primitive world. No one could surpass him. All the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals respected him. It could be said that Great Emperor Ziwei's ascension to the position of Celestial Emperor had more or less met the expectations of the masses. Fuxi instinctively felt that it was inappropriate for Great Emperor to ask him to temporarily take over the position of Celestial Emperor. Subconsciously, he wanted to refuse. Great Emperor Ziwei had explained that he was unable to maintain the operation of the Celestial Court because he was seriously injured by demon ancestor Ra. However, Great Emperor Ziwei in front of him had boundless divine might. He didn't look like he was seriously injured at all. In addition to his previous series of big moves, Fushi now seriously suspected that Great Emperor Ziwei wasn't injured at all. Or maybe he was injured, but it wasn't as serious as the rumors said. Everything that he had shown before was just an act. Thinking of this, Fushi felt that Great Emperor Ziwei's suggestion was very likely a trap. Therefore, he felt that he shouldn't agree. "Your Majesty, you must be joking. With the celestial court in your hands, your power has already surpassed that of Dijun's. You have truly become the ruler of heaven and earth. It can be said to be an unprecedented feat. Compared to Fushi, your Majesty is obviously more suitable to take over the position of Celestial Emperor." After pondering for a while, Fushi declined. Feng Zichen was a little speechless. After hearing Fushi's words, he roughly guessed Fushi's misgivings. Although he didn't look like he was seriously injured, the truth was that he was indeed seriously injured. The reason why he looked like he was fine now was because he was relying on Pangu's godly power to support himself. Once Pangu's godly power was removed, he would instantly be beaten back to his original state. However, although he was misunderstood by Fushi, Feng Zichen wasn't angry. Living in the primordial world, one couldn't be too careful. Especially when faced with such a good thing that fell from the sky, one had to be even more careful. Sigh. "Fellow Taoist, please take a look." With a sigh, Feng Zichen released the suppression of Pangu's godly power. Immediately, his true condition was completely exposed in front of Fushi. The cracked Taoist body, the innate origin that leaked out, and the mark of the demon ancestor that was imprinted on the great Tao all showed that Feng Zichen's situation was far from as optimistic as it seemed on the surface. Hiss! Seeing Feng Zichen's true condition, Fushi was so shocked that he sucked in a breath of cold air. If he had suffered such serious injuries, he would have given up everything and found a place to cultivate in seclusion. How could he be like Feng Zichen, constantly causing trouble? While he was shocked, Fushi was also somewhat impressed. After suffering such serious injuries, he could still wander around casually. He was really strong. "Although what your Majesty said makes sense, as the human emperor, I'm afraid I don't have the strength to go to the heavenly court." After thinking for a while, Fushi still refused. To be honest, Fushi was really tempted. However, thinking of the human race, he still chose to give up. "Fellow Taoist, you don't have to worry about the human race. The matter of ascending to the heavens involves all aspects. It's definitely not something that can be completed in a short period of time. Now, I'm only here to ask for your permission. There's still a long time before you ascend to the heavens. And during this period of time, it's enough for the next emperor of the human race to grow up. Moreover, after you become the celestial emperor, the human race will also receive a lot of benefits." With a smile, Feng Zichen said, "The position of the celestial emperor was so important. How could it be decided so easily?" After Fushi agreed, Feng Zichen still had to communicate with the heavenly Tao. After obtaining his consent, he still had to coordinate with the various forces. In short, it was very troublesome. As for whether the heavenly Tao would agree, it would definitely agree. After all, if the heavenly Tao did not agree, he could not let the heavenly court remain in a masterless state. As for the various forces, they had no right to speak at all. Who was Fushi? The elder brother of Saint Nuwa, the disciple of the Grand Pure One. Who didn't want their lives and dared to disagree? After making an agreement with Fushi, Feng Zichen returned to the Emperor Star. He now wanted to communicate with the heavenly Tao to decide on Fushi's temporary replacement of the heavenly emperor. This was much simpler. Set up an altar in the Daoyuo sky, report this matter to the heavenly Tao, and wait for his agreement. It wouldn't take much time. After the heavenly Tao agreed, the next step was to communicate with the myriad races. This was even simpler. He could just send them a notice directly. There was no need to consult their opinions. Those who dared to object were people who could not see the situation clearly. They were going against the general trend. This kind of person should be destroyed by humanity. When the 5 grains and the Shenong 100 herb book spread among the human race, Shenong's prestige among the human race could be said to have reached its peak. Everyone was convinced, they all praised his holy virtue. In the end, even Fuxi was alarmed and hurriedly called Shen to the ancestral land of the human race. After a conversation, Fuxi was very satisfied with Shen. Not only did he leave him in the ancestral land of the human race, but he also entrusted him with an important task. It was as if he was grooming him as his successor. Regarding this, the elders of the human race did not have any objections. Shen contribution was too great. The spread of the 5 grains cultivation method allowed the human race to completely avoid the food crisis. The compilation of the Shen 100 Herb Book allowed the human race to stay away from the harassment of diseases. All of these had an endless and far-reaching impact on the human race. Shen becoming the next human emperor was indeed what everyone expected. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another 10,000 years had passed. And in these 10,000 years, the cultivation method of the 5 grains and the Shen 100 Herb Book had already spread to every corner of the human race. It could be said that the entire human race was bathed in Shen kindness. Seeing this, Fuxi knew that the time had come. Therefore, he gathered the leaders of all parties and the leaders of all races to gather in the ancestral land of the human race. He wanted to pass on the position of the human race's patriarch to Shen under their witness. The human race was naturally happy to see this happen. However, the myriad races did not think so. Fuxi had done them a great favor. Therefore, they submitted to Fuxi. But what about Shen? What did he have? The myriad races had never received the slightest favor from him, so how could they be willing to submit to him? However, although the myriad races were dissatisfied, they did not show it in front of Fuxi. They still had a happy expression on their faces. However, in their hearts, they had already secretly decided that if the new human emperor did not have the ability, then they would have to make plans early and separate themselves from the human race. The protagonist of heaven and earth. If the human race could be it, so could they. In the human emperor's palace, Fuxi looked at the leaders of the myriad races silently with mixed feelings. What kind of realm was he at? He was comparable to a saint. In front of him, everyone could be said to have no secrets. Therefore, how could everyone's thoughts be hidden from him? But even so, Fuxi still did not say anything, nor did he give Shen any help. In the end, he still had to rely on himself to suppress the myriad races. If he relied on others, he could only make the myriad races submit, not make them submit. This was a disaster. Once they found an opportunity in the future, they would definitely face a crazy backlash. Therefore, whether Shen could become the master of the myriad races depended on his own ability. Even if outsiders could help him, there was a limit to what they could do. Shen, I'll leave the human race to you from now on. In the human race's ancestral temple, after paying respects to Nuwa and Feng Zichen, Fuxi handed the human Dao Emperor seal, which represented the supreme power of the human race, to Shen under the witness of the elders of the human race and the patriarchs of the myriad races. Shen, I will not let your majesty down. I swear to lead the human race to glory. Shen took the human Dao Emperor seal and swore solemnly. From now on, the human race is yours. The faint Dao voice echoed throughout the entire human race. The change of owner of the human Dao Emperor's seal represented the completion of the transfer of power of the human race. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed. Countless strange phenomena appeared. Xinhua rose slowly, releasing endless light that competed with the sun. At this moment, Xinhua was unusually excited. He was even more excited than when Fuxi became the emperor back then, because Xinhua's predecessor was the flint fire that Swayerin ignited. Now that he sensed the aura of his old master, how could Xinhua not be excited? Rumble! Endless brilliant Xinhua descended from the sky above the river of destiny and slowly merged into Shen body, raising his strength to the level of quasi-saint great perfection on the spot. The blessing of fate. In the blink of an eye, Shen transformed from a Tao master at the level of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal to a top great medium in the untainted land. Hiss! When the patriarchs of the myriad races saw this scene, they all gasped in their hearts. He silently put away the contempt in his heart and turned to look at Shen with a fearful attitude. In the past, a quasi-saint great perfection expert would be a top figure, let alone in the current era where the world was more stable. In the myriad races, he would definitely be a top expert. While being wary, the patriarchs of the myriad races couldn't help but feel an uncontrollable greed in their hearts. The human race's fate was really strong. It could actually create a quasi-saint great perfection expert out of thin air. If they took away this fate, would they also be able to create such a powerful existence for their own race? Phew. Thinking of this, everyone's breathing became a little heavy, and their eyes were filled with greed. Fortunately, they hadn't lost their minds. They knew that this was the human race's ancestral temple, and the 2 generations of human emperors were still here. Once they made a move, in a few breaths of time, they would be suppressed by Fuxi. Therefore, after a moment of loss of composure, the patriarchs of the myriad races quickly recovered and acted as if nothing had happened. However, the seed of greed had been planted. Under the nourishment of desire, it took root and sprouted in their hearts. Emperor! The moment Shenong became the new human emperor, the entire human race naturally sensed it and bowed to their new emperor. Shenong became the emperor, and the phenomenon lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days, Fuxi and Shenong also completed the handover. On this day, Fuxi suddenly felt that the time to leave had arrived. He said to Shenong and the old ministers, "Today, I have completed my merits. It is time for me to ascend to the heaven realm and enjoy the limitless Tao fruit. Therefore, it is time for me to leave." As he spoke, strands of 7-colored light bloomed from Fuxi's body, making him look incomparably sacred. At the same time, in the sky, there was an endless amount of merit converging. It slowly flowed into Fuxi's body. The people present were all people with remarkable abilities. Seeing this, how could they not understand what had happened? Naturally, they wouldn't stop Fuxi from leaving. Therefore, they all bowed and said, "We respectfully send off Your Majesty Fuxi. Congratulations to Your Majesty. May Your Majesty's Tao be prosperous." Amidst the respectful farewells of everyone, Fuxi rode a 7-colored auspicious cloud and slowly rose into the sky with endless merit. Chapter 603. Deep in the sky, in the place where clouds lingered, the Tao field of the former great divine ability, the Fire Cloud Cave, the number 1 grotto heaven of the primordial world. Today, he finally welcomed his new master, Fuxi. That's right, the Fire Cloud Cave was the Tao field that the heavenly Tao had prepared for the 3 human emperors. The 3 human emperors were of the secondary saint karmic rank. Their identities were comparable to saints. With such a noble identity, the place they lived in must be extraordinary enough. Otherwise, how could they set off their nobility? In this way, the Fire Cloud Cave, which was ranked first among the 36 grotto heavens, became the most suitable place. With the size of the primordial world, only the Kunlun Mountain and the undamaged Mount Meru in the ancient times were more extraordinary than the Fire Cloud Cave. From this, it could be seen that the Fire Cloud Cave was extraordinary. It was completely worthy of the identity of the 3 emperors. It had to be said that Red Cloud was really a failure. He had such a treasure land, but he could still end up like this. He could only say that he could not be a good person. Of course, the Tao field of a saint had its own extraordinary aspects. It could not be judged by common sense. It might not be inferior to the Fire Cloud Cave. In some aspects, it even surpassed it. Not long after Fuxi entered the Fire Cloud Cave, the heavenly courts began to take action. The officials surrounded a gorgeous imperial chariot and rushed towards the Fire Cloud Cave. Under the orders of the Ziwei Emperor, we sincerely request Your Majesty to enter the heavenly courts and temporarily take over the authority of the heavenly emperor to manage the heavenly courts to maintain the operation of the primordial world. In front of the Fire Cloud Cave, the officials of the heavenly courts stopped and bowed. This show was, of course, arranged by Feng Zichen. Since he wanted Fuxi to temporarily take over the position of the heavenly emperor, there had to be a reason. Otherwise, he could not let Fuxi directly enter the heavenly courts, right? If he really did that, Who knew what kind of rumors would spread? For this, Feng Zichen specially arranged this show to let the officials of the heavenly courts beg Fuxi and give him enough face. No, no. This can't be done. Fuxi's achievements are meager. How dare he steal the position of the heavenly emperor? After the officials finished speaking, Fuxi hurriedly rejected. This scene did not exceed Feng Zichen's expectations. How could the matter of being the temporary heavenly emperor be agreed so easily? If Fuxi directly agreed, wouldn't it show that he was too greedy for power? Therefore, they had to invite him again and again, and even 3 times, until Fuxi could no longer endure the crowd's requests and reluctantly agreed. Seeing Fuxi refuse, the officials had no choice but to leave. He returned to the celestial court to report to Great Emperor Ziwei. When Great Emperor Ziwei learned of this matter, his expression immediately darkened. He flew into a rage on the spot and scolded his ministers for their incompetence. After reprimanding his officials, Great Emperor Ziwei's anger was quelled. He ordered his officials to make another trip. But soon after, he withdrew the order, feeling that it was a little inappropriate. Thus, Great Emperor Ziwei gave it some thought. To be safe, he decided to personally invite Heavenly Emperor Fuxi. Just like that, Great Emperor Ziwei led all the officials of the celestial court to the fire cloud cave. As for the result, of course, Fuxi still didn't agree. However, compared to the last time, Fuxi's tone was clearly much more relaxed this time, and his rejection was not as resolute. After leaving the heavenly court, the officials were all disappointed and felt that there was no hope for this matter. However, there was no disappointment on Great Emperor Ziwei's face. Instead, there was a smile on his face. It was obvious that he was already confident. The officials were puzzled by this. And Great Emperor Ziwei would not explain anything to them. All of you return to the celestial court and wait for orders. I have something to do and will leave first. After giving an indifferent order, Great Emperor Ziwei turned around and left the heaven realm. Yes, Your Majesty. Although everyone was puzzled, they would not foolishly ask anything. After bowing, they returned to the celestial court and waited for orders. After Great Emperor Ziwei left, he went directly to the primordial world. He was going to invite someone. The position of celestial emperor was of great importance and involved the entire primordial world. If it was just Great Emperor Ziwei who came alone, Fuxi naturally would not agree. However, if it was a group of top-notch great mediums who came together to invite him, then Fuxi would not be able to resist everyone's persuasion and reluctantly agree to come out of the mountain. Time was like flowing water. Unknowingly, 1,000 years had passed. On this day, Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly brought Zenyuanzi, Taoist Taiwen, Taoist Taishu, and the other great mediums to the fire cloud cave to visit Heavenly Emperor Fuxi. These great mediums were the result of Great Emperor Ziwei's hard work over the past 1,000 years. An existence like Zenyuanzi's strength could be said to be second only to a saint. His comprehension of the Tao could be said to have reached an extremely profound realm. Therefore, it was impossible for them not to understand the will of heaven. Naturally, they knew that Fuxi's temporary replacement of the celestial emperor was an irresistible trend and could not be disobeyed. Therefore, when Great Emperor Ziwei went to contact them, they readily agreed after some thought. The trend could not be disobeyed. Not only was their opposition useless, but they would also offend a large group of people. Since that was the case, why not do them a favor at no cost? It was also good to get a favor. It was precisely because of the cooperation of these great mediums that Great Emperor Ziwei was able to invite so many great mediums in a short 1,000 years. This time, after a slight refusal, Fuxi reluctantly agreed to the temporary replacement of the celestial emperor. However, in order to show that he was not greedy for power, before ascending the throne, Fuxi made it clear to everyone that he would only be the celestial emperor for 1,000,000 years. After 1,000,000 years, regardless of whether Haotian returned from the tribulation or not, he would not continue to be the celestial emperor. If everyone did not agree to his request, Fuxi would reject the temporary replacement of the celestial emperor. At this moment, everyone was anxious to find someone to clean up the mess of the primordial world. They had already secretly agreed that no matter what request Fuxi made, as long as it was not excessive, they would all nod and agree. Now that Fuxi's request was reasonable, everyone would not refuse. After agreeing on the deadline, Fuxi made other requests and ascended the most noble throne of the primordial world under the escort of everyone. At this point, the primordial world welcomed a new celestial emperor. However, in order to avoid Haotian and to make a difference, Fuxi's title was no longer the Celestial Emperor, but the Azure Emperor. Fuxi, the Azure Emperor of the East. At the same time, in order to increase the legitimacy of Fuxi, after discussing with Goddess Hu, Great Emperor Ziwei added a guardian god, the ancestor of wood, Gomong. The world respected him as the god of the East, god of spring. This section, of course, there was another purpose. That was to use the power of all living beings to speed up the return of the ancestor of wood, Gomong. If not, why would Goddess Hu let her brother, the ancestor of wood, Gomong, become the guardian god of her enemy? In addition, letting Gomong become the guardian god of Fuxi could also deepen the relationship between the human race and the Magi race. From then on, the primordial world would be under the rule of Emperor Fuxi. Although the change of power in the heavenly court had a far-reaching impact, it did not have much of an impact on the races living in the primordial world. Because the level involved was too high. They could not reach it at all. Therefore, the primordial world was the same as before. Not the same as before. A big problem was gradually appearing on the ground. It was not that the myriad races were against the human race, but the harm of the innate baleful aura was getting greater and greater. Under the threat of the innate baleful aura, the patriarchs of the myriad races were thinking of ways to dissipate the baleful aura every day. They had no time to deal with their relationship with the human race. The innate baleful aura targeted the entire primordial world. The myriad races were affected, and the human race was no exception. In fact, compared to the myriad races, the human race's situation was undoubtedly a little more serious. This was because although the overall strength of the human race was stronger than the myriad races, this was all based on the fact that the human race's base was large enough. The powerful base allowed the human race to create many experts. However, on the whole, most of the human race was inferior to the members of the myriad races. Now, the human race had tasted the bitter fruit of having too many people. The human race had a large number of low-level cultivators. When experts faced the innate baleful aura, they could often hold on for a period of time. However, low-level cultivators could not resist the corrosion of the innate baleful aura at all. Soon, they would lose their lives under the corrosion of the innate baleful aura. The weak, they did not even have the chance to degenerate into monsters. In the face of such a situation, Shino was completely helpless. He was so anxious that he was furious. The innate baleful aura was not a disease and could not be solved with spiritual herbs. This made Shino's methods completely useless. Seeing his clansmen die one after another, Shino was anxious. However, it was useless to be anxious. If he wanted to solve the innate baleful aura, other than using supreme magic power to forcefully remove it, only the legendary innate spirit root could solve it. Shino had supreme magic power, but there were too many people who were eroded by the innate baleful aura. He could not save them at all. As for the innate spirit root, it was something that could only be encountered by chance. It was extremely precious and was mostly collected by powerful figures. In the past, the human race had a middle-grade innate spirit root, the purple crystal grapevine. However, with the disappearance of the human Tao imperial court, it also disappeared. Moreover, even if Shino could find the innate spirit root now, it would be useless. It was still the same sentence. There were too many people affected by the innate baleful aura. Even with the innate spirit root, he could not save them. Just as Shino was anxious, someone suddenly came to report that Immortal Master Xian Qing had arrived. Quickly invite Immortal Master over. No, I'll go and welcome him personally. Hearing this, Shino was overjoyed and quickly ordered his subordinates to invite Xian Qing. However, he immediately realized that this was a little disrespectful to Xian Qing. Thus, he hurriedly ran out of the human emperor's palace and personally went to welcome Xian Qing. Your Majesty, it's been a long time. Seeing Shino walking quickly, Xianqing went forward and bowed. However, Shino, who was anxious, obviously did not care about these empty formalities. He strode to Xianqing's side and grabbed Xianqing's hands, asking anxiously, "Immortal Master, what can you teach me?" In Shino's heart, he had already treated Xianqing as a life-saving straw. He felt that Xianqing definitely had a way to solve the innate baleful aura. Otherwise, he would definitely not appear here at this time. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Seeing Shino so anxious, Xianqing shook his head and said. His voice was like some kind of Tao sound, which had the effect of calming people's hearts. Shino heard and quickly calmed down. It was Shino who lost his composure earlier. I hope Immortal Master can forgive me. After calming down, Shino immediately bowed to Xianqing. It's okay. Your Majesty is also worried about the human race. Poor way, I can understand. Xianqing smiled and said indifferently. By the way, I wonder why Immortal Master is here. As he spoke, Shino looked at Xianqing expectantly. And Xianqing did not disappoint Shino. I was entrusted by an old friend to deliver a treasure to your Majesty to solve the tribulation of the innate baleful aura. Xianqing took out an ancient scroll and handed it to Shino. This is? Shino was a little puzzled. It was just an ancient scroll. How could it solve the tribulation of the innate baleful aura that threatened the entire primordial world? However, after he took the ancient scroll with a puzzled expression, he was immediately shocked speechless. This aura. This Tao rune. It was definitely not wrong. This ancient scroll was definitely a connate cardinal treasure. But just as Shino was puzzled, Xianqing continued to speak. This is the connate cardinal treasure, the great map of the primordial world. It was specially borrowed from the Lady of Earth by Poor Wei's good friend, the Holy Emperor of the human race, Feng Zichen, to help you solve the innate baleful aura. The ancient scroll that Xianqing handed to Shino was the wizard race's most precious treasure, the prehistoric geomancy map. This connate cardinal treasure was refined by the 12 ancestral sorcerers. It could be said to be the most perfect geographical map of the prehistoric world. It recorded everything in the prehistoric world in detail. Moreover, it was also closely connected to the origin of the Earth. It would change with the changes in the Earth. Although the prehistoric geomancy map is strong, it shouldn't be able to do anything about the innate baleful aura, right? Shino was still a little puzzled. How could the prehistoric geomancy map solve the innate baleful aura? If this treasure could really deal with the innate baleful aura, it would have been used hundreds of thousands of years ago to solve the innate baleful aura that filled the prehistoric world. Why would it wait until today? Your Majesty, open it and take a look. Xianqing smiled mysteriously and did not explain. The prehistoric geomancy map could not solve the innate baleful aura, but to solve the innate baleful aura, it could not do without the help of the prehistoric geomancy map. According to Feng Zichen's idea, if he wanted to solve the innate baleful aura from the source, he had to sort out the earth veins of the prehistoric world again to force out the origin of the chaotic baleful aura hidden in the earth veins. However, how complicated was the distribution of the earth veins of the prehistoric world? Without the help of the earth vein map, how could it be easy to sort it out again? He was afraid that he would not be able to sort it out even when the entire prehistoric world had fallen. As for the prehistoric geomancy map, it recorded the distribution and flow of the prehistoric geomancy map. If he wanted to sort out the earth veins, he could not leave the prehistoric geomancy map. Boom. Shino opened the prehistoric geomancy map as he was told. Immediately, a vast aura spread out and slowly evolved into a projection of the prehistoric world in the air. At the same time, endless rays of light bloomed and turned into streams of information that surged into Shino's sea of consciousness. That was a wisp of spiritual will that Feng Zichen had left in the prehistoric geomancy map. It recorded the method to solve the innate baleful aura. Sorting out the earth veins? That's really a big deal. After coming back to his senses, Shino was still a little shocked. He could not help but admire Feng Zichen's work. How big was the prehistoric world? It was beyond imagination. Even after experiencing several great calamities, the prehistoric world was still vast and terrifying. Chapter 604. With the vastness of the primordial world, the earth veins could be said to be endless. Under such circumstances, how difficult would it be to reorganize the earth veins of the primordial world? Just how much manpower and material resources would be required to do so? In short, this was not something that could be done with the power of a single race. It required the power of the entire primordial world to do this. The person who came up with this method must have a big picture and the heart to look down on the world. Otherwise, it would be impossible to think of such a plan that required the power of the entire primordial world to be completed. What was a big deal? This was it. Reorganizing the earth veins of the entire primordial world was such a great plan. It was exciting enough to think about. If he could complete it, the benefits he would receive would definitely be unimaginable. This plan was led by the human race. It would definitely establish an unbreakable foundation for the human race. From then on, who would dare to resist the human race? The human race would become the well-deserved number one of the 10,000 races. Thinking of this, Shino's entire person became excited. This was a great opportunity that could allow the human race to truly dominate the primordial world. However, Shino's excitement did not last long. After a moment, he regained his calmness. The ideal was beautiful, but he had to consider the problems of reality. For example, the current human race was no longer the human race ruled by Fushi. Although he still retained the title of the common ruler of the 10,000 races, his power had long fallen. Most of the 10,000 races no longer listened to the orders of the human race. In other words, Shino had the title of the common ruler of the 10,000 races, but he did not have any binding force on the 10,000 races. Other than the human race, there were not many races that recognized his orders. In short, Shino was in an awkward situation. He did not have the prestige and contributions of Fushi, so the 10,000 races naturally would not submit to him. In fact, after Fushi ascended to the heavens and left, the 10,000 races had the intention to rebel. It was only because the innate murderous aura was getting more and more serious that all the patriarchs of the 10,000 races were involved in it, so they did not have any extra time to deal with the human race. If he wanted to reorganize the earth veins of the primordial world, he had to rely on the power of the 10,000 races. Otherwise, it would be impossible to do it with the power of the human race alone. Now, with Shino's prestige, he could not command the 10,000 races at all. If he could not command the 10,000 races, then it would be impossible to make this matter happen. The reality was like this, and Shino was helpless. However, even though Shino felt helpless, he did not seek help from Xianqing and Fushi. Since Xianqing gave the primitive geomancy map to him and not to Fushi, it meant that this matter was to be handed over to him. Tidying up the primeval earth veins so as to quell the calamity of the innate evil aura was obviously left to him by the crowd on purpose to gain merits and prestige. Shino was not a fool, so he naturally understood this point. As the human emperor, he also had his own pride. Now, everyone had prepared the prerequisites to pacify the innate baleful aura for him. If he still couldn't complete this plan, then how could he continue to be the human emperor? Your Majesty, the things have been delivered. Poor Wei should take her leave now. Bowing to Shino, Xianqing proposed to leave. Naturally, Xianqing was clear about the situation that Shino was facing. But it was clear that he did not intend to help. They had done what they needed to do, and the rest depended on Shino's own ability. If they did everything, then what was the point of having Shino as the human emperor? Tidying up the primeval earth veins was Shino's opportunity to prove his ability to all living beings. To prove that he was qualified to be the master of all races. I'll send you off, immortal master. Xianqing wanted to leave, and Shino did not ask him to stay. He personally sent him out of the human emperor's palace. After Xianqing left, Shino immediately ordered to gather the elders of the human race for a meeting. This was discussed. It was about tidying up the earth veins. According to Shino's plan, tidying up the earth veins should start with the human race. After they tidied up all the earth veins in the human race's territory, the spirit veins that had been eroded by the innate evil aura would definitely return to normal and produce normal innate spirit energy. In this way, the danger of the human race would be resolved. When the patriarchs of the myriad races saw this scene, they would definitely be curious about how the human race solved the innate evil aura. Driven by curiosity and even under the threat of the innate evil aura, the patriarchs of the myriad races would definitely come to the human race to inquire about the situation to solve their own crisis. At this time, Shino could take the opportunity to say the solution and express his willingness to help them tidy up the earth veins to solve the problem of the innate evil aura. At this time, no matter what the patriarchs of the myriad races thought, they would not reject Shino's help. That was because without Shino's help, they would not be able to tidy up the earth veins at all. The distribution of the earth veins in the primeval world was extremely complicated. If one did not study it, it would be difficult to figure it out even if one spent billions of years. Moreover, the earth veins were extremely important. They were related to the fate of a place. If one went in the wrong direction when tidying up the earth veins, the consequences would be extremely serious. If it was light, the earth veins would be damaged, the chi of heaven and earth would dissipate, and fate would slowly flow away. If it was serious, the earth veins would shatter and detonate the spirit energy in the place to destroy all life. What was more, there would be negative karma, which would trigger heavenly punishment. Therefore, the earth veins could not be moved easily. If it was not done properly, it would cause the mountains and rivers to shift and the living beings to be plunged into misery and suffering. The key to safely tidying up the earth veins was the map of the primeval world. This map recorded the distribution of all the earth veins in the primeval world in detail. If one followed the map, there would definitely be no mistakes. Therefore, Shino, who had this map, was equivalent to grasping the key to tidying up the earth veins. Unless the patriarchs of the myriad races snatched it, they would not be able to escape Shino if they wanted to tidy up the earth veins again. Of course. This plan sounded simple. But in reality, there were many problems. The most important thing was to test a person's overall ability. To mediate. To pull one side and beat the other. Before tidying up the earth veins, the human Emperor Shino joined forces with all the human experts to set up a huge barrier that enveloped the entire human territory. This was to isolate the human race from the outside world. The purpose of this was to prevent the connate murderous aura from the outside world from flowing into the human territory after tidying up the earth veins. If the connate murderous aura from the outside world flowed into the human race, wouldn't their previous efforts be in vain? Fortunately, although the current human race was strong, they were far from their peak. The territory they occupied was limited and did not exceed the strength of Shino and the other human experts. Otherwise, if the human race was at its peak and occupied almost half of the primeval world, even if Shino and the other human experts tried their best, they would not be able to set up a barrier that enveloped the entire human race. Even Feng Zichen could not do it. Unless the 4 emperors joined forces or the 3 pure ones joined forces, they could not do it. After setting up the barrier, Shino joined forces with everyone. With the help of the map of the primeval world, they began to tidy up the earth veins again. This tidying up of the earth veins was not to purify them, but to change their flow and make them distribute according to the Pangu Meridian map. That's right. It was the Pangu Meridian map. Feng Zichen used the 365 Zhoshing Meridian maps in the boundless starry sky to evolve a Pangu Meridian map, thus summoning the god of Pangu. Since the boundless starry sky could evolve the Pangu Meridian map, the Pangu's flesh and blood in the primeval world could of course do the same. Moreover, the condensed meridian map of Pangu would be of higher quality than that of the Pangu Meridian map evolved by the boundless starry sky. However, it referred to the primeval world at its peak. The current primeval world had experienced 3 major tribulations: the primordial fierce beasts tribulation, the ancient 3 tribes tribulation, the ancient witches tribulation, and many other minor tribulations. It had long been broken and its strength was not as strong as before. The Pangu Meridian map condensed by this method was naturally not as powerful as before. However, even if the primeval world was broken, its foundation was still there. No matter how weak it was, it could not be that weak. At the very least, it was stronger than the boundless starry sky. The way Feng Zichen thought of to solve the problem of the innate baleful qi was to reorganize the earth veins and make them follow the distribution of the Pangameridian map to destroy the innate baleful qi that filled the primeval world. The innate baleful qi in the earth veins had long been closely connected with them. It was impossible to purify them with external forces. The only way to purify the earth veins was to strengthen the self-adjustment ability of the earth veins and let them rely on their own strength to destroy the innate baleful qi in their bodies and achieve the goal of self-healing. This was the safest and most effective plan that Feng Zichen thought of. No matter how strong the external force was, how could it be compared to self-healing? Feng Zichen's method was called bringing order to chaos. The earth veins that covered the primeval world were originally formed by the Pangu meridians. However, due to the passage of time, the change of heaven and earth, and the lack of protection, coupled with the continuous world-shocking battles, it was thrown into chaos. As a result, it deviated from its original track and became chaotic. If the earth veins of the primeval world continued to move according to their original track, heaven and earth would become stronger and stronger. That was, if a cultivator kept cultivating, his strength would gradually increase. It would not be like now, when heaven and earth became weaker and weaker, to the point that even Daluo Jingxian could not support it. This was all the fault of all living beings. But in the future, it would not be like this. Feng Zichen wanted to use Shino to bring order to the earth veins of the primeval world and make them return to their original track, so as to carry the great cycle of heaven and gradually repair the primeval world. Moreover, after Shino finished sorting out the earth veins, Feng Zichen would leave some means to protect the earth veins of the primeval world so that they would not be affected by the battle and continue to deviate from their original track. He believed that after the earth veins were sorted out, the primeval world would be like the boundless starry sky in the future. It would be able to cultivate on its own and absorb the chaos energy from the chaos outside to repair itself. In the center of the human territory, under the urging of Shino and the others, the geomancy map of the primeval world vibrated and flew out of Shino's hand. It floated in the air and exploded with all its strength. Rumble! Endless power surged out from the geomancy map of the primeval world. It was majestic and vast, and in an instant, it enveloped the entire human territory. Then, a miraculous change happened. The entire human territory seemed to resonate with the geomancy map of the primeval world and began to tremble slightly. Then, strands of brilliant light surged out from the ground and converged on the ground, gradually forming bright golden lines on the ground. It was extremely eye-catching. And this was the earth veins. The dazzling golden lines imprinted on the ground were the earth veins hidden in the earth. Usually, they were hidden in the depths of the ground and were almost invisible. But now, under the power of the geomancy map of the primeval world, they emerged from the depths of the ground and appeared clearly in front of everyone. There were no traces of concealment. What a great power! Shino, who was in charge of the geomancy map of the primeval world, knew his power better than anyone else. Because of this, Shino was shocked. That was the power to control the origin of the earth. In other words, mastering the geomancy map of the primeval world was equivalent to mastering the power of the entire primeval world. That was simply too terrifying. With such power, it would not be an exaggeration to say that one was invincible on the earth. Back then, if the great Magi-Demon War had happened on the primeval world and not in the boundless starry sky, then there was no doubt that the Magi would have been the final victor. Unfortunately, the Magi were too arrogant. Not only did they give up their greatest advantage, but they also directly attacked the demon race's home ground, the boundless starry sky. Using their disadvantage to attack the enemy's advantage, the Magi ended up like this. To be honest, he really couldn't blame anyone else for this. Immersed in the power of the geomancy map of the primeval world, Shino's thoughts were scattered for a long time. It was not until the geomancy map of the primeval world in the human territory completely appeared that he came back to his senses. Then what happened next was very easy. With the help of the geomancy map of the primeval world, the earth veins were completely powerless in front of Shino and the others. They were like strange babies that could be toyed with at will. In this way, everyone did not have to worry about the earth veins being damaged because of the resistance of the earth veins when they were combing them. Without any worries, everyone could let go of their hands and feet. It was much faster to comb the earth veins. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The geomancy map of the primeval world kept trembling and resonating with the earth. One could see that as the two resonated with each other, they each released endless light. These lights intersected in the air as if they were exchanging information. Gradually, between the geomancy map of the primeval world and the primeval world, the endless light suddenly gathered together and slowly formed an extremely blurry figure. However, although the figure was blurry, the meridians within his body were extremely clear. Moreover, they emitted a lustrous divine radiance that contained boundless profoundness. Rumble. The moment the blurry figure of the god appeared, an extremely majestic and vast power erupted with a loud bang, shaking the heavens and the earth, the past, the present, and the future, all space-time. In everyone's perception, they only felt that this power was incomparably majestic and ancient. It was even more majestic and ancient than the heavens and the earth. It was incomparably vast and ancient, as if it had surpassed everything. However, although this power was powerful, it did not make people feel fear. Instead, it gave people a warmth that came from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if they had met the closest person to them. Almost uncontrollably, the human experts present directly knelt down. They could not help but worship the blurry but extremely majestic figure. Pangu. Without a doubt. In the primeval world, the only person who could possess such power could only be the god who created the heavens and earth, Pangu. This blurry figure was none other than the projection of Pangu. The geomancy map of the primeval world constantly released its power and resonated with the earth, trying to awaken the aura of Pangu that was buried deep at the end of the earth. Finally, with the continuous efforts of the geomancy map of the primeval world, the aura of the witch race on his body gradually connected with the aura of Pangu that was buried deep at the end of the earth. The two merged with each other and produced a magical power that awakened the remnant mark left behind by Pangu in the earth and condensed the shadow of Pangu. The entire primeval world was formed by Pangu's flesh and blood. One could imagine that there must be a mark left behind by Pangu in the earth. And there were many of them. The reason why the shadow of Pangu condensed by the geomancy map of the primeval world was blurry was not that his power was not enough. It was because what resonated with the geomancy map of the primeval world was not the entire primeval world, but the human territory that only occupied a small part of the entire primeval world. Compared to the entire primeval world, the human territory was undoubtedly many times smaller. Therefore, the power of the shadow of Pangu condensed by this would undoubtedly weaken a lot. It was normal for it to be blurry. With the appearance of the shadow of Pangu, the earth veins in the human territory became more active. They even appeared from the ground and surrounded the shadow of Pangu as if they were on a pilgrimage. This situation did not end until the power of Pangu's shadow was completely restrained. After the earth veins could not sense the aura of Pangu, they returned to the earth one after another. However, the influence of Pangu's shadow on the earth veins did not disappear because of the restraint of the power. Under the influence of Pangu's shadow, the earth veins of the primeval world became even more cooperative. Everyone only needed to move slightly. The earth veins would act very cooperatively. Some of them could even take the initiative to cooperate with everyone. As time passed, the influence of Pangu's shadow on the earth veins became greater and greater. In the end, they didn't even need to do anything. The earth veins spontaneously resonated with the shadow of Pangu. According to the circulation of his meridians, they spontaneously adjusted and gradually reached an agreement with him. It was even more perfect than the adjustments that everyone had made themselves. The geomancy map of the primeval world condensed the shadow of Pangu and clearly reflected the meridians of Pangu. It was for Shino and the others to have a reference so that they could sort out the primeval earth veins faster and more accurately. However, no one had expected that the shadow of Pangu would have such a great impact on the earth veins. It directly caused the earth veins to adjust spontaneously, and almost no one had anything to do. Now, everyone only needed to keep a close eye on the operation of the earth veins so that they could check for flaws and make up for them. Just like that, everyone silently watched as the earth veins adjusted spontaneously under the influence of the shadow of Pangu. Although this action was unusually boring, but in fact, this was a great opportunity. The primeval earth veins were gradually moving closer to Pangu. The changes during this period were like Pangu personally showing everyone the mysteries of the earth, containing endless creation. If they could comprehend a little, their future would be promising. Chapter 605. Of course, such a strange change in the earth veins was not entirely due to Pangu's shadow, but the ability of the prehistoric geomancy map. In the past, when the wizard race still existed. In the prehistoric world, not to mention Pangu's shadow, even Pangu's real body had appeared. But even so, such a situation had never happened to the earth veins of the prehistoric world. From this, it could be seen that Pangu's shadow might have some influence on the earth veins of the prehistoric world, but it was definitely not as great as imagined. However, the prehistoric geomancy map was different. It was a connate treasure that belonged to the prehistoric world and was closely connected to the origin of the earth. It recorded all the changes in the prehistoric world in detail. The changes in the earth veins were also included. To the earth veins of the prehistoric world, the prehistoric geomancy map was of the same origin as them, which would undoubtedly make them feel unusually close. In this way, they would naturally not refuse the guidance of the prehistoric geomancy map. On the contrary, they would take the initiative to cooperate. With the active cooperation of the earth veins, it did not take long for Shino and the others to comb through the earth veins of the entire human territory from beginning to end, making them completely distributed according to Pangu's meridians. At this moment, if someone looked in the direction of the human territory from the sky, they would find that bright golden lines had suddenly appeared on the ground and were spreading in all directions according to an extremely mysterious layout. It's done! Prehistoric geomancy map, keep. After carefully comparing it, Shino did not find any mistakes. Only then did he put away the prehistoric geomancy map and remove his suppression of the earth veins of the prehistoric world. Rumble. After Shino put away the prehistoric geomancy map, the earth veins of the prehistoric world that were no longer suppressed began to shake and began to release their own power. Boom, boom, boom. Wisps of heaven and earth spiritual energy mixed with some connate murderous aura rose from the earth veins and spread in all directions. Shino and the others watched this scene quietly. Even if the connate murderous aura was coming, their faces did not change at all. After combing through the earth veins, the heaven and earth spiritual energy produced still contained some murderous aura. According to this, Feng Zichen's plan had failed. Combing the earth veins did not have any effect. Shino and the others had wasted their efforts. But that was not the case. That was because sorting out the earth veins was only the beginning. Shino hadn't used the method to truly control the earth veins and pacify the connate killing intent yet. After a long time, when the world was once again filled with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Shino finally moved. He suddenly activated the prehistoric geomancy map with all his might. Prehistoric geomancy map, rise. Boundless energy gushed out, connecting with the earth veins of the untainted land. Then, a miraculous change occurred. As of this moment, all of the earth veins were completely motionless. The heaven and earth spirit chi they released was also frozen in midair. It was as if the time that belonged to the earth veins had been frozen by the desolate geomancy map at this moment. Rise. When the untainted land geomancy map and the earth vein were completely connected, Shino exerted himself to shake the untainted land geomancy map, guiding the power of the earth vein to flow on the ground. Rumble. It was like a hurricane, but also like an earthquake. Under the guidance of the geomancy map of the desolate land, the power of the earth meridians started to flow in the human territory with tremendous power, stirring up dust clouds. This was training. The trend of the Earth meridians was equivalent to the meridians of cultivators. That was the power of the Earth meridians was equivalent to the spiritual energy absorbed by cultivators. Without the guidance of outsiders, cultivators would not cultivate, let alone move the heavenly cycle, let alone the primordial Earth meridians that had no spiritual intelligence. Therefore, Shino used the power of the geomancy map of the desolate land to help the Earth meridians move the spiritual energy and circulate the great heavenly cycle to help it cultivation. Rumble. It took several years, and Shino tried his best to move the Earth meridians one great heavenly cycle. However, after one great heavenly cycle, the Earth meridians still did not react. The innate baleful aura was still there. There was no change at all. However, Shino did not react to this. He still tirelessly activated the geomancy map of the desolate land to help the Earth meridians move the great heavenly cycle. The beginning was often the most difficult, and with the beginning, the rest was much simpler. Soon, another heavenly cycle passed. Then, not long after, another heavenly cycle was completed. Under the guidance of the geomancy map of the desolate land, the power of the Earth meridians circulated one great heavenly cycle after another. Gradually, the power of the Earth meridians slowly became familiar with this circulation pattern and began to adapt spontaneously. After 36 great heavenly cycles, without the guidance of the geomancy map of the desolate land, the power of the Earth meridians could automatically move the great heavenly cycle. Shino put away the geomancy map of the desolate land. However, what was worrying was that even after 36 great heavenly cycles, there was still no change in the primordial Earth meridians. They were still in a state of being eroded by the innate baleful aura. At this time, although Shino did not care, the human experts under him could not help but feel a little anxious. However, seeing that Shino was still calm, everyone could not say anything for a moment. Finally, after 72 great heavenly cycles, the situation of the primordial Earth meridians still did not improve. Everyone finally could not help but ask Shino in a low voice, "Your Majesty, is this a failure?" It was no wonder that they thought so. It had been so long. If it had any effect, it would have been shown long ago. It would not have been so long before there was no reaction. From this, it could be seen. The method of combing the primordial Earth meridians was basically a failure. Failure? The method of combing the Earth meridians was passed down by the Holy Emperor. After hearing this, do you still think that this method will fail? Faced with everyone's worries, Shino just shook his head and calmly said who came up with this plan. Sure enough, after hearing that the method of combing the Earth meridians was passed down by the Holy Emperor Zichin clan, the human experts all shut their mouths. At the same time, in their hearts, a lot of confidence emerged in the method of combing the Earth meridians. The contemporary human race, under the influence of the ancient legends, had a fascinated confidence in the ancient human Emperor Zichin clan, thinking that they were omnipotent. This was the so-called blind worship. It was precisely because of this that when they heard that the method of combing the Earth meridians was passed down by Feng Zichin, they immediately stopped doubting the feasibility of this method and thought that it would definitely succeed. Thus, under everyone's expectant eyes, when the power of the Earth meridians was transported to the 108th cycle, the Earth meridians finally changed. Although the innate murderous aura that filled the surroundings did not decrease, the amount of innate murderous aura contained in the heaven and earth spirit chi that surged out from the Earth meridians was decreasing. Indeed, this change was so small that it was almost undetectable. However, what kind of people were they? Even the weakest existence had the strength comparable to Daluo Jingxian with the support of the human race's destiny. Therefore, no matter how the wind blew or the grass moved, it could not escape their perception. Even if this change was extremely small, it was still the same. It's changed, it's really changed. His Majesty the Holy Emperor is indeed the existence who once wrestled with the Heavenly Emperor. His methods are far beyond our imagination. Even the innate murderous aura that threatens the entire primordial world is not difficult for him. He easily resolved it. After sensing the change in the earth meridians, everyone was overjoyed and then praised Feng Zichen crazily. While they were praising Feng Zichen, wisps of extremely pure willpower were produced from their bodies and surged to the heavenly emperor's palace in the distant Gauchan planet. In the palace, a scroll covered in endless divine light floated in the center of the main hall, receiving the willpower of all beings that surged in from all directions. From time to time, one could see a figure filled with divine might flashing across the ancient scroll. It was abnormally oppressive. If someone from the heavenly court was here, they would recognize the figures of the gods that appeared on the ancient scroll. They were the gods of heaven and earth that maintained the normal operations of the heavenly court. The myriad god portrait. This was the treasure of fortune of the incense divine path, the supreme grade innate spirit treasure, the myriad god portrait. Similarly, it was the proof that Emperor Gauchan commanded the myriad gods. Compared to before, the current myriad god diagram was undoubtedly much stronger. Although the myriad god portrait was the treasure of fortune of the incense divine path, the primordial world was in the primordial era and there was almost no space for the incense divine path to survive. As a result, the myriad god portrait was a rootless duckweed. Although it had unparalleled potential, it could not be fully unleashed. But now, as the primordial era became a thing of the past and the heavenly court officially operated, the incense divine path gradually showed signs of prosperity. The power of the myriad god portrait also increased tremendously, especially as the 5 primordial races submitted to the heavenly court and sent their people to become gods. The power of the myriad god portrait skyrocketed and showed signs of surpassing that of an innate spirit treasure. As the treasure of fortune of the incense divine path, the myriad god portrait would become stronger as the incense divine path flourished. It might even reach the level of an innate spirit treasure. However, the current incense divine path was far from its peak. Naturally, it would not allow the power of the myriad god portrait to reach the level of an innate spirit treasure. This all required time and opportunity. Before Emperor Gauchan passed away, he left the myriad god portrait that was severely injured by demon ancestor Rahu in the heavenly emperor's palace to gather the willpower of all beings to recover himself. At the same time, he was secretly accumulating the power needed to revive Emperor Gauchan. As the ancestor of the incense divine path, how could Emperor Gauchan die so easily? His revival method, it was much more convenient than others. Other than the normal revival method of accumulating power, Emperor Gauchan could also return from the willpower of all beings. In the Eldritch Land, there were many existences that could utilize the willpower of all beings. However, no one could utilize the willpower of all beings to the limit like Emperor Gauchan. Not only could he revive from the willpower of all beings, but he could also turn the willpower of all beings into his own power. In other words, as long as there was enough willpower of all beings, Emperor Gauchan could refine the willpower of all beings after he returned and reached the level of primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. Therefore, the willpower of all beings was very important to Emperor Gauchan. What the myriad god portrait was doing now was to accumulate enough willpower of all beings for Emperor Gauchan. In the deepest part of the myriad god portrait, the willpower of all beings that he had guided gathered there and formed a huge colorful pool. In the middle of the pool, there was a huge light cocoon that was crazily devouring the willpower of all beings around it. One could see that the light cocoon was surrounded by countless mysterious runes and it was emitting the aura of great Tao. It was indescribably sacred and noble. That was the connate Taoist embryo. The connate Taoist embryo that was formed from the willpower of all beings. Emperor Gauchan's indestructible divine soul was being nurtured within it. Under the nourishment of the willpower of all beings, it was undergoing a huge transformation towards the immortal primordial chaos. Once the light cocoon was broken, Emperor Gauchan's divine soul would reach the primordial chaos realm. This was called the divine soul achieving Tao. Why was the divine soul achieving Tao and not the true spirit achieving Tao? One had to admit that Emperor Gauchan did not have a true spirit. Although Feng Zichen had many incarnations, he only had one innate indestructible true spirit. Therefore, other than his original body, all of his incarnations did not have a true spirit. They only had the primordial spirit and divine soul. Those who cultivated the immortal path and demon path had the primordial spirit. Those who cultivated the celestial path and demon path had the divine soul. The primordial spirit was the true spirit embryo shell that immortal Tao cultivators cultivated to protect their true spirit. The divine soul was the true spirit embryo shell that celestial demon cultivators cultivated to protect their true spirit. In the past, although celestial demon cultivators were strong, their biggest weakness was that they specialized in cultivating their true spirit. For this reason, after Feng Zichen's cultivation improved greatly, he studied many cultivation methods and finally made up for this weakness of the celestial demon Tao. That was to manifest the power of the true spirit and fuse it with one's own blood qi to evolve the divine soul. Could be said that the divine soul was an extension of the true spirit. It was similar to the primordial spirit, but there were slight differences. However, although the appearance of the divine soul made up for the celestial demon cultivator's weakness of not having a primordial spirit, it also greatly increased the difficulty of cultivating the celestial demon Tao. In other words, the celestial demon Tao was about to evolve into a cultivation path that was exclusive to geniuses. It would become a minority from the masses. This would undoubtedly cause the celestial demon Tao to weaken in the future. This was an unsolvable problem. The stronger one was, the more one would be restricted. The more one pursued perfection, the further one would be from the general public. The prosperity of the immortal Tao and the demonic Tao was not because they were good enough, but because they could adapt to almost everyone in the primordial world. Feng Zichen had long expected the decline of the celestial demon Tao. At the same time, he also had a solution. However, that was something that would happen after the world stabilized. Let's not talk about it for now. The changes in the Gaochen Imperial Palace had nothing to do with Shino and the others who were combing the earth veins in the human territory. Similarly, they could not sense it. For them at this moment. Most importantly, they were still observing the changes in the earth veins of the primordial world. Rumble. The power of the earth veins circulated tirelessly, constantly moving the great heavenly cycle. As the power of the earth veins flowed, the earth veins suddenly emitted a sparkling light. A powerful force was released from their bodies, and it actually began to suppress the innate baleful aura that was eroding them. Under the observation of Shino and the others, the innate baleful aura that had almost dyed the earth veins black actually began to shrink under the suppression of the power that suddenly erupted from the earth veins. From the previous situation where it had infected more than half of the earth veins, it shrank into a small ball of black gas step by step. It hid in a small corner and resisted the suppression of the earth veins with difficulty. At this point, the power of the earth veins could no longer suppress the innate baleful aura. That was because the innate baleful aura had been compressed to the limit. At this moment, the power of the earth veins also changed its strategy. It no longer continued to suppress the innate baleful aura. Instead, it mobilized all its power and turned to refine the innate baleful aura. It was just like how the boundless starry sky refined the chaotic baleful aura and turned it into its own means to fight against the enemy. The action of the earth veins had the same effect. It wanted to prepare some killing means for itself to protect itself. The earth veins were too fragile. Every time a great war broke out in the primordial world, countless earth veins would be destroyed in the flames of war. This would undoubtedly cause great damage to the primordial world. The earth veins had a way to protect themselves. After it refined the innate baleful aura, if someone affected the earth veins during a great war, the person who fought would be attacked by the innate baleful aura. After a few times, if someone fought in the primordial world again, they would have concerns and would not dare to destroy everything around them. If they did not let the people who destroyed the earth veins suffer some losses, they would not remember the lesson. In short, let the earth veins refine the innate baleful aura. It was undoubtedly a good thing for the primordial world. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed since Shunnong and the others finished combing the earth veins. After 1,000 years, the innate baleful aura that was tightly connected to the earth veins was finally completely refined by the power of the earth veins. It was also from this time onwards that all the earth veins in the human territory, the heaven and earth spiritual chi produced by them returned to normal, no longer carrying the slightest innate baleful aura. In fact, because of the formation of Panga's meridian's great circulation, the spiritual chi produced by the earth veins was even purer than before. At the original location of the blessed enclave, innate chi reappeared. From this, it could be seen that the changes brought about by the recombing of the earth veins were so great that it could be said to have reversed the general trend of the world changing. Of course, there were still a few places that produced innate chi. They were all famous mountains and great rivers before the world had changed. They had an extraordinary foundation to begin with, which was why they were able to give birth to innate chi after this change. Other than them, there were more ordinary places. There was no sign of reversing the innate chi. However, the concentration of the acquired chi was much denser than before. These were all changes brought about by the combing of the earth veins. In short, it was one sentence: the weak were strengthened, and the strong became stronger. Good. This method is wonderful. According to this trend, it won't be long before the human territory becomes a first-class treasure land in the primordial world. In the future, I don't know how many experts will be raised for the human race. The changes in the human territory naturally could not be hidden from everyone's perception. Therefore, they were very excited. Moreover, their excitement was double. They were excited for the future of the human race, and they were also excited for the benefits they had obtained. One had to know that most of the blessed lands that produced innate chi were their dojos. Chapter 606. Since ancient times, grotto heavens and blessed lands were occupied by virtuous people. And what was a virtuous person? In the end, it was still a powerful cultivator. Only those with superb cultivation could occupy a grotto heavens and blessed land and become the virtuous person. This was the case for the human race. It was the same for the primordial world. No one would say anything. This was the privilege of the strong. After the world changed, the human experts were still worried that the famous mountains and great rivers would become weaker and weaker as the world changed. How should they cultivate in the future? Should they leave the human race and head to the heavenly court or stay in the Daluo heaven? But after the earth veins were sorted out, everything was fine. Everything was resolved. The famous mountains and rivers were reborn with innate chi, and there was a trend of returning to the state of the ancient times. In that case, there was no need to go to the heaven realm or the Daluo heaven. They could just stay in the human race. This was for the human race. It was undoubtedly a great thing. Think about it. With the completion of the world's change, the experts of the 10,000 races had no choice but to leave the primordial world and head to the heaven realm or the Daluo heaven. What about the experts of the human race? Because of the great circulation of the earth veins, the famous mountains and rivers had been revived, allowing them to continue staying in the human race. To the myriad races, this was undoubtedly an extremely huge deterrent. The other races did not have experts to stay behind, but the human race had a large group of experts to stay behind. This was their confidence. When that time came, who would dare to provoke the human race? Even if the experts who went to the heaven realm could return, it would still take time to cross the realm. And during this period of time, many things could happen. If there was a day in the future when the connection between the heaven realm and the primordial world could be completely isolated, then the human race with a large number of experts would be able to truly dominate the primordial world. They would become the only overlord in the primordial world. The elders of the human race who were immersed in excitement did not realize this at all. However, Shino, who was at the side, suddenly thought of this possibility after a short moment of excitement. Thinking of this, after thinking for a while, Shino immediately gathered all his mental power and used the Khanate 8 trigrams with all his strength to silently deduce. He was deducing the future to verify the possibility of this idea. Endless Tao patterns flashed through Shino's eyes, interweaving scenes that belonged to the future for him. After a long time, as the power of Shino's mind gradually dried up, he finally ended this deduction. The result was, of course, delightful. Among the many futures that Shino had deduced, Almost all of them had proven the feasibility of this method in the end. Heaven and Earth isolation. Once the plan was completed, the human race would definitely dominate the untainted land. At this moment, Shino was abnormally excited, because he saw the scenery of the human race standing at the top of the primordial world. The current Shino, he wished he could immediately use his great divine ability to sever the connection between heaven and earth, completely isolating the heaven realm from the untainted land. However, soon Shino calmed down. Heaven and earth isolation. This idea was indeed very good. Unfortunately, after Shino calmed down, he had already figured it out. This method was probably impossible to achieve during the period when he was in charge of the human race. It was probably because the current situation of heaven and earth was easier. He had barely reached the middle stage and was far from reaching the end. In other words, although the current primordial world was changing to the postnatal era, there were still traces of the prenatal era that had not completely disappeared. There were still some traces left in some places. It was because of these remaining traces that some of the Daluo-Jinxian were able to continue staying in the primordial world. And most of these Daluo-Jinxian were experts of the myriad races and the human race. After all, the Daluo-Jinxian, who did not have any power, had nothing to miss in the primordial world. Of course, they left early. Only those Daluo-Jinxian, who had fetters in their hearts and could not let go of their own race, were unwilling to leave the primordial world. They would do everything they could to stay. These Daluo-Jinxian were naturally the experts of the human race and the experts of the myriad races. At this moment, the experts of the myriad races had yet to leave the primordial world. If Shino used his great divine ability at this moment, he would sever the connection between heaven and earth and completely cut off the connection between the heaven realm and the primordial world. Not to mention, after the absolute heavenly connection, what would the people of the heaven realm think? Even the experts of the myriad races would fight to the death with the human race when they saw this scene. Moreover, even if the experts of the myriad races did not fight to the death with the human race, they would still stay in the primordial world. This was undoubtedly a huge threat to the human race. Therefore, the best time to use the absolute heavenly connection should be after the experts of the myriad races completely left the primordial world. It was precisely because of this that Shino felt that it would be difficult to achieve the absolute heavenly connection during the period when he was in charge of the human race. The world had not been completely changed. It had completely entered the postnatal era from the Khanate era. How could the experts of the myriad races be willing to leave the primordial world? Therefore, it was absolutely impossible to use the absolute heavenly connection now. This method could only be left to the future generations. The absolute heavenly connection. This matter concerns whether the human race can dominate the primordial world in the future. It should be of the utmost importance. I need to remember it in my heart and tell my descendants. After understanding that he could not achieve the absolute heavenly connection, Shino remembered this matter in his heart. He planned to tell his successor in the future and let him complete this plan. If his successor could not complete this plan, then this method would continue to be passed down. There were endless experts of the human race. There would always be capable people who could complete this great plan. After burying this matter in the bottom of his heart, Shino pretended as if nothing had happened. He accompanied the excited elders of the human race and silently observed the changes of the human race. Now, as the earth veins were sorted out, the power of the innate evil spirit of the human race had been removed. Next, it was up to the leaders of the myriad races to choose after receiving the news. What Shino and the others did not know was that after the earth veins were sorted out, besides them, there was another person who was silently paying attention to the changes of the human race. And that person was Feng Zichen, who was far away in the boundless starry sky. As early as when Shino activated the geomancy map of the primordial world, he had been silently paying attention to everyone's actions on the Z-Way star so that he could understand the changes in the human territory after the earth veins were sorted out. For Feng Zichen, although the method of sorting out the earth veins was thought of by him, and he had great confidence that this method was feasible, but out of caution he still had to verify it. to ensure that the method of sorting out the earth veins was 100% feasible. After all, only by doing it could one obtain true knowledge. And the human territory was his testing ground. If he succeeded, the human race would receive great benefits. If he failed, the human race did not lose much. Under the erosion of the innate evil spirit, the human race's situation had long been critical. No matter how bad it was, it could not be that bad. If he took a risk, there was still a chance of survival. If he did not move, he would die without a doubt. Therefore, Feng Zichen dared to boldly experiment in the human territory. Simply put, his plan was feasible. After the earth veins were sorted out and the meridians were opened, the situation of the human race not only improved, but also continued to improve. Everything was developing in a good direction. But this was not the end. Earlier, Feng Zichen had said that he wanted to add an insurance for the earth veins to prevent them from being destroyed. The so-called refining of the innate evil spirit was prepared for this. But this was not enough. Yes, to ensure the safety of the earth veins, the innate evil spirit was not enough. He also needed other methods. The more methods he left behind for the earth veins, the greater the price the person who destroyed the earth veins would have to pay. Only when he hit hard and hurt would the world remember the lesson and know that the earth veins could not be touched. Buzz buzz buzz. As Feng Zichen, who was on the Z-Way star, moved his mind, the primordial geomancy map far away in the human territory immediately sensed it and began to tremble violently. Then, a little bit of light surged out from the primordial geomancy map and condensed into a mysterious Tao diagram in the air, imprinting on the body of Pangu's shadow. For a moment, many light spots suddenly appeared in the body of Pangu's shadow. Counting carefully, there were as many as 365 light spots. And looking at their distribution, it was even more mysterious. They were all located on the meridian nodes of Pangu's shadow, corresponding to the spiritual cave and treasure land. Or rather, the divine aperture of human beings. This was like a map of acupuncture points. This is the supreme scripture of the God-fiend path, the Pangu's acupoint map. Everyone looked at the changes of Pangu's shadow, but the more they looked, the more familiar it looked. They always felt that they had seen the mysterious Tao diagram formed by the light spots somewhere before. Especially as the mysterious Tao diagram gradually perfected, the sense of déjà vu in their hearts became stronger and stronger. Finally, the moment the mysterious Tao diagram was completely formed, they recognized the origin of the Tao diagram. Wasn't this the supreme divine diagram used to condense the divine aperture, the Pangu's acupoint map, when one first cultivated the God-fiend path? That was the highest achievement of the God-fiend path. 365 divine apertures were lit up in the body and connected to each other to reverse engineer Pangu's Tao body. Almost every human, when they first started cultivating the God-fiend path, they all had the heart to condense 365 divine apertures. It was a pity that most humans failed. It was too difficult. It was really too difficult to condense 365 divine apertures. Throughout the history of the human race, there were only a few dozen people who were able to perfectly condense 365 divine apertures and connect them perfectly. And among these people, other than those who died accidentally, most of them became Daluo Jingxian. Even if they didn't become Daluo Jingxian, they had already transformed into innate godfiends and had the possibility of becoming Daluo Jingxian. It could be said that every existence who condensed 365 divine apertures had the possibility of transforming into an innate godfiend. They were all seeds of Daluo Jingxian. This was a true genius. His talent was not inferior to an innate godfiend. It was precisely because his achievements were too great. Therefore, there were very few humans who could do this. On the other hand, as long as the bloodline of the Magi was pure enough, they could basically do this. Even Feng Zichen couldn't help but sigh. The God-fiend path was simply born for the Magi. It was really too suitable. If it weren't for the fact that the current Magi's reproductive ability was extremely low, causing their clansmen to be extremely few, even the position of the main character of the world would not be taken by the human race. The Magi possessing Pangu's bloodline, was really blessed by the heavens. Sometimes, Feng Zichen thought, the magi that were formed by the fusion of Pangu's blood essence and the turbid chi of the earth were already so powerful. Then, what if Pangu's primordial spirit and the Khanate turbid chi evolved into the three pure ones and also evolved into a Khanate race with Pangu's primordial spirit? How impressive would that be? At that time, the demon race would probably have nothing to do with the primordial world. The so-called battle between the Magi and the demon race would also evolve into a bloody battle between two supreme clans that respectively inherited Pangu's bloodline and Pangu's primordial spirit. Thinking about it, that scene was really exciting, and it was also enough to make people look forward to it. It was a pity that the three pure ones valued the portion of Pangu's primordial spirit that represented the heavenly luck too much. They regarded it as their reverse scale and would never allow outsiders to touch it, nor would they allow it to be leaked. If not, Pangu's broken primordial spirit and Khanate pure chi might be able to evolve into a Khanate race. However, this idea was very good. If there was a chance in the future, he might be able to use this method to plot against the three pure ones. One had to know that back then, Pangu's primordial spirit was shattered and the largest portion of it turned into the three pure ones. However, there was still a small portion that did not turn into a Khanate godfiend and scattered into the primordial world. Feng Zichen did not believe it. He searched through the primordial world and still could not find this portion of Pangu's primordial spirit. If he could find it, it would be much easier to deal with the three pure ones in the future. Perhaps it would create a younger brother for the three pure ones. What's more, it could directly evolve into a Khanate race, causing the three pure ones to have a large number of clansmen. Feng Zichen had even thought of the name of the Khanate race. It would be called the Qin clan. At that time, the Taoist name of the three pure ones would become the name of the clan. Their identities would be Shi Qin, in addition to the Taoist master of the celestial sect of wonders. He really wanted to see, when this scene turned into reality, how the three pure ones' expressions would be. At that time, a large group of people would surround the three pure ones and call out, "Ancestor, Ancestor." Their expressions would definitely be extremely interesting. For the three pure ones, apart from bringing responsibility, the addition of an additional race would also weaken the three pure ones' luck of opening the heavenly chi. Part of the reason why the 12 ancestral witches were not as good as the three pure ones was because the birth of the witch clan had taken away the luck of opening the heavenly chi that they had inherited from Pangu. The same luck of opening the heavenly chi, the three pure ones were equally divided by the three of them, while the ancestral witches were equally divided with the witch clan. The gap between them could be imagined. It was no wonder. The achievements of the 12 ancestral witches were far from reaching the heights of the three pure ones. In a sense, the appearance of the witch clan had dragged down the ancestral witches. If not for that, with the legacy that the 12 ancestral witches had inherited from Pangu, they had not become saints, but they had all cultivated into the primordial Daluo Jingxian. Sometimes, choice was very important. Different choices could create different futures. For example, the three pure ones and the 12 ancestral witches. Chapter 607. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The chaos geomancy map was still vibrating. Endless power surged out of its body and poured into Pangu's silhouette, causing the light spot in Pangu's silhouette to become even more dazzling. In just a short moment, the light spot was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes under the support of the chaos geomancy map's power. When the light emitted by the speck of light reached its peak, the speck of light exploded with a boom, like fireworks. Boom! Endless light bloomed like stars, forming a vast starry sky in front of everyone's eyes. And in that vast starry sky, where the light spot was originally, the silhouettes of glorious temples suddenly appeared amidst the hazy mist, sitting in the starry sky. 365 light spots. They represented 365 temples. In the vast starry sky, 365 glorious temples stood in great numbers. They seemed to be protecting something, suppressing something, or clustered around something. It was a magical sight. majestic and mysterious. It gave people endless fanciful thoughts. This sudden change also stunned the humans who were immersed in excitement. This is the universal temple? They clearly did not recognize those temples, nor had they seen them before. But when they saw them, they could not help but shout out their names. The universal temple. This was a mysterious phenomenon that evolved after Zhouxing's power resonated with the laws of heaven and earth. It was a kind of power of heaven and earth, the embryonic form of a supreme divine ability and a manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. Of course, it could also be said that this was a projection of the future. In the future, the boundless starry sky would evolve into 365 universal temples to correspond to Zhouxing. At the same time, it was also to correspond to the new generation of universal star gods. This was a gift from the boundless starry sky to the new generation of star gods. It was a natural dojo prepared for them. If nothing went wrong, as the Pangu celestial being continued to cultivate, the origin of the stars in the sky would slowly grow stronger and continue to evolve. Then, one day, the 365 cycle divine palaces would be born one by one. It was precisely because Feng Zichen had captured these scenes from the future that he had conjured the illusory image of the domain temple in front of everyone. His goal was to have the humans build 365 heavenly divine palaces using the illusory image of the heavenly divine palaces as a blueprint. Then, he would place them above the earth vein nodes to suppress the earth veins. At the same time, it was to protect the ley lines. Once the 365 universal sacred palaces were formed and located on the earth vein nodes, they would be able to draw the power of Zhouxing to descend. This way, the cycle divine palace would be like a nail firmly suppressing the earth vein, preventing it from shifting positions. Even if the heavens and earth changed, even if time changed and the sea turned into mulberry fields, the earth veins would remain motionless under the suppression of the universal palace. They would still maintain the circulation of the grand circulation and continue to repair the primordial world. Similarly, it was because of the descent of the heavenly cycle stellar force. These universal sacred palaces would naturally form a grand array, the galaxy cosmic light array, to protect the desolate earth vein. Think about it. With the protection of the galaxy cosmic light array. In the future, if anyone wanted to shake the earth veins, it would not be so easy. And this was Feng Zichen's goal. Setting up 365 heavenly divine palaces could suppress and protect the earth veins. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. However, Feng Zichen's plan did not stop there. After the 365 heavenly divine palaces, he had also prepared 12 supreme divine palaces to be erected on the ground to achieve the goal of completely stabilizing the primordial world. That's right, the 12 supreme divine palaces. They were the divine palaces that belonged to the 12 ancestral sorcerers. As the great lives born from the combination of Pangu's blood essence and the origin of the earth, the 12 ancestral sorcerers could also be called the children of the earth other than being the descendants of Pangu. The sorcerers had the power to manipulate the earth. They stood on the earth, and their power could be said to be endless. Similarly, it was precisely because they were the children of the earth that there was a wonderful connection between the 12 ancestral sorcerers and the earth. The divine palaces built with their power could resonate with the earth and easily achieve the goal of stabilizing the primordial world. Of course, if the divine palaces of the 12 ancestral sorcerers were established, the fallen 12 ancestral sorcerers could also rely on these divine palaces to condense the fragments of their true spirits scattered in the primordial world to accumulate the power needed for resurrection. This method could help the 12 ancestral sorcerers revive while stabilizing the primordial world. This was extremely important to the sorcerers. Therefore, when Fengdu told the Lady of Earth about this method, she agreed readily and also agreed to Feng Zichen's request. Boom! Not long after the shadow of the heavenly divine palace appeared, it shattered with a bang and turned into specks of light that entered Shino's body. In an instant, Feng Zichen's plan, the refining method of the heavenly divine palace, and all kinds of restrictions appeared in Shino's mind. Using the heavenly divine palace to suppress the earth veins? Another big move. After absorbing all this information, Shino could not help but sigh at Feng Zichen's generosity. However, this time, he did not immediately carry out Feng Zichen's plan. Instead, he stayed where he was and silently deduced. He was deducing how many natural treasures were needed to build the heavenly divine palace. With the current foundation of the human clan, could it be completed? This is a little troublesome. After a while, Shino stopped deducing, and his expression suddenly became a little ugly. He had calculated it. With the current foundation of the human clan, they could barely build 365 heavenly divine palaces that were at the level of acquired spirit treasures. However, in this way, the foundation that the human clan had accumulated for countless years would be completely drained, and their foundation would be depleted. The cost of building the heavenly divine palace was too great, and the human clan could not afford it at all. Even if the heavenly divine palace would bring endless benefits to the human clan after it was formed, the human clan could not gamble everything on it. This was like a billionaire. Although he claimed to have 10 billion in assets, he would definitely not be able to take out 10 billion if you really asked him to. The current human clan was just like this billionaire. Although they had the wealth to build the heavenly divine palace, it was the wealth of the entire human clan, and they could not take out all of it. More importantly, with the change of the world, many connate divine metals were no longer being produced in the Eldritch world and were about to be completely extinct. And these were all very important strategic resources. It could be said that a portion was used and a portion was used less. Therefore, how could Shino take out all of them to build the heavenly divine palace? Even if he was willing, the people under his command would not be willing to do so. Buzz, buzz, buzz. While Shino was in a dilemma, the Eldritch World Geomancy map trembled again and spewed out a large amount of stellar iron and various connate spiritual materials. Shino took a closer look and realized that these connate spiritual materials were all materials needed to build the heavenly divine palace. When the Eldritch World Geomancy map stopped spewing out connate spiritual materials, the amount of connate spiritual materials in front of everyone had already piled up into several mountains. According to Shino's estimation, the value of the divine metals spewed out from the Eldritch World Geomancy map alone had already exceeded the foundation of the human clan. If all of them were used to build the heavenly divine palace, they could build 365 heavenly divine palaces that were at the level of acquired cardinal treasures. From this, one could see that this batch of connate spiritual materials was precious. Of course, these were all prepared by Feng Zichen. How could he not understand the current situation of the human clan? In ancient times, in order to fight against the demon clan, the human clan could be said to have done their best. All of their resources had been converted into combat strength, leaving nothing behind. This also meant that the new generation of the human clan did not inherit any material wealth from the ancient ancestors. The new generation of the human clan was born after the shaman tribulation. In this era, the world had changed greatly, and resources had become scarce. Therefore, although the new generation of the human clan had done their best to develop the human clan, they had not gained much. However, they did not gain much. The foundation of the human race was still very shallow. After all, this was no longer the ancient era where connate spiritual materials could be seen everywhere. In the current situation of the human clan, it was completely impossible for them to build the heavenly divine palace. Feng Zichen knew this, so he had left the materials needed to build the heavenly divine palace in advance in the Eldritch World Geomancy map. Unlike the poverty of the human clan, Feng Zichen could be said to be quite rich. Even in the entire Eldritch world, there were no more than 5 people who could be richer than him. In ancient times, the human clan had used up all of their resources. As the human emperor, Feng Zichen was naturally no exception. The wealth he had accumulated could be said to have been exhausted in that battle. But after that, he first found the private treasury left behind by Di Jun and Dong Huang on the Sun Star and obtained endless wealth from it. How rich was the demon clan back then? They occupied the entire boundless starry sky, intercepted all the star power of the heavens, and controlled the entire heaven realm. How rich were they? It could be seen from the fact that the elites of the demon clan each had an acquired supreme treasure during the Great Magi Demon War. The resources that the demon clan possessed could be said to have exceeded everyone's imagination. Even after arming all the demon clan warriors to the teeth, there were still some left. Could be said that this kind of wealth, even a saint would be jealous when he saw it. Under such circumstances, the private treasury that Dong Huang and Di Jun had left behind on the Sun Star was naturally rich beyond imagination. With this, Feng Zichen became a top tycoon in the primordial world. After that, Feng Zichen controlled the boundless starry sky, a great treasure land, and his wealth increased greatly. Then, in the demonic calamity, Feng Zichen killed countless demons and obtained a pile of battle spoils. In the end, when Haotian entered the cycle of reincarnation and Feng Zichen took charge of the heavenly court, there were even tens of thousands of races that came to join him. Since the tens of thousands of races had come to join the heavenly court, they definitely would not come empty-handed. Naturally, they had to bring a large number of treasures to pay tribute and form a rule. And they all went into Feng Zichen's private storage. With all these added together, it was difficult for Feng Zichen not to be rich. To him, the mere materials needed to refine the heavenly cycle palace were nothing more than a drizzle. It was not worth caring about at all. With the materials, Shino did not hesitate. He led the many experts of the human race and began to refine the heavenly palace day and night. While Shino and the others were refining the heavenly palace, the changes in the human race quietly spread in the primordial world. Thus, not long after, the tens of thousands of races knew that the human race had already thought of a way to solve the innate baleful aura. For a moment, the hearts of the tens of thousands of races wavered, and they all turned their attention to the human race. Unfortunately, the human race currently focused all their energy on building the heavenly palace. They could not spare any energy to deal with other matters. The experts of the tens of thousands of races stared at the human race. Naturally, they could not see anything. If the human race did not take the initiative to appear, the tens of thousands of races would have no choice but to take the initiative to look for the human race in order to solve the innate baleful aura. Not long after, the patriarchs of some races that were closer to the human race personally rushed to the ancestral land of the human race to meet the human emperor, Shino, and beg him to pass down the method to solve the innate baleful aura. Shino naturally told them everything he knew. He directly demonstrated the entire process of the human race solving the innate baleful aura to everyone. After a little deduction, the patriarchs understood the principle behind it, and they all praised the ingenuity of this method. But then they were dumbfounded. It was one thing to understand the principle, but it was another thing to actually do it. Without the map of the primordial world and Panga's meridian map, the patriarchs could not sort out the earth veins at all, let alone the following operation. Therefore, the patriarchs all asked Shino to borrow the map of the primordial world. At this moment, Shino began to hesitate. He explained to everyone with some difficulty. He said that the map of the primordial world was different from the method to solve the innate baleful aura. The method to solve the innate baleful aura was thought of by the holy emperor of the human race. It completely belonged to the human race. Therefore, the human race could make the decision and directly tell everyone. However, the map of the primordial world was the supreme treasure of the witch race. The human race had relied on the legacy left behind by the holy emperor to shamelessly borrow this treasure from the witch race. Therefore, the human race did not have the right to lend this treasure to outsiders. If you want to borrow the map of the primordial world, you can go to the netherworld realm to find Ancestral Witch Xian Ming and borrow this treasure from him. Note, once the cycle of reincarnation begins, Hoodoo will no longer be a witch. Therefore, in the eyes of all living beings, Hoodoo was no longer an ancestral witch. And the only remaining ancestral witch Xian Ming became the patriarch of the witch race. After everyone heard Shino's explanation, their expressions became even more unsightly. Not to mention, the current netherworld was in a sealed state, and outsiders could not enter at all. It was said that in order to survive better in ancient times, Their races all tried their best to have a relationship with the demon race. So, how would they dare to meet ancestral with Xian Ming? They were afraid that as soon as they met, the remnants of the ancient demon race, would be slapped to death by the furious ancestral witch Xian Ming. While their hearts palpitated, the patriarchs could only beg Shino bitterly, asking him to come forward and borrow the map of the primordial world. Chapter 608. No matter what, the human race was an ally of the Magi, and the only ally. Therefore, ancestral Magus Xian Ming could not give face to the myriad races. However, ancestral Magus Xian Ming had to care about the face of the human race. Looking at the pleading crowd, Shino's expression seemed to be very troubled. It's not impossible to borrow treasures. If I shamelessly borrow treasures from ancestral Magus Xian Ming, I will definitely be able to borrow the primordial map. But there is only one primordial map. If I want to help you sort out the earth veins, which race should I help first? After hesitating for a moment, Shino said slowly. When everyone heard Shino agree, they could not help but be overjoyed. But immediately, Shino's next words made their hearts, which had just been raised, sink. That's right. There were dozens of races present, but there was only one great desolate geomancy map. In other words, every time the primordial map was used, it could only be used to sort out the earth veins for one race. Then, the question of who should go first was placed in front of everyone. Who would be willing to fall behind in such a major matter that concerned the safety of their race? Of course, they had to fight for first place. Otherwise, the longer this matter dragged on, the more variables there would be. For example, if the time dragged on for too long and the Magi suddenly took back the primordial map, wouldn't the races behind be dumbfounded? Therefore, the more important it was to sort out the earth veins, the safer it was. It was best to be first. In this way, even if there were variables later on, their earth veins would have been sorted out, and they would not have to worry about being affected. After Shino finished speaking, the crowd did not make a fuss about fighting for first place. Instead, they fell into a strange silence. At this moment, there was no point in arguing, because everyone knew that for the survival of their race, they would not give in. Your Majesty, we don't have to sort out the earth veins one by one. Anyway, we all live in the primordial land. Why don't we join forces and sort out all the earth veins in the entire primordial land? In this way, not only will we solve the disaster of the innate murderous aura for all living beings in the world, but we will also achieve great merit. Isn't that wonderful? After a long while, someone finally broke the silence and suggested to Shino with a smile. Fellow Taoist, you're right. That's right. This method is great. Not only can it resolve our worries, but it can also benefit the entire primordial world. It is indeed a perfect method. Fellow Taoist, we are far inferior to you. Not long after that person finished speaking, the rest of the people came back to their senses and praised him one after another, praising him as if he was rare in the heavens and unique in the earth. This person was indeed smart. What he said was basically what Shino was thinking. However, with Shino's status, it was difficult for him to say it out loud. This person's words saved Shino a lot of effort. He didn't have to think about how to wake everyone up. Your Majesty, what do you think of this method? After the crowd flattered that person for a while, they cautiously asked for Shino's opinion. This method is indeed very good. Shino nodded and said. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard that. However, their happiness did not last long. Shino suddenly changed the topic and turned their joy into nothing. However, although this method is good, there is an extremely realistic problem that needs to be considered. That is, to sort out the ley lines of the entire primordial world, we need all races to work together and cooperate with each other. However, you all know the current situation. How difficult is it to get all races to work together? Shino shook his head and said, as the master of all races, he was basically dead in name. He really couldn't mobilize the power of all races. However, just because he couldn't do anything, it didn't mean that the others couldn't. Shino was still aware of the principle of pulling in a batch and beating another batch. These people in front of him were the targets that Shino wanted to rope in. And they were also the key to breaking the situation. As long as these people understood the pros and cons, they would naturally have a way to persuade the other races. Then, Shino didn't have to worry about what happened next. If not, why would Shino chat with everyone here? I see. Your Majesty is worried about this. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about this. Although our strength is low, we can still contact the tens of thousands of races. So leave the rest to us. Your Majesty, you can rest assured. You just need to borrow the map of the primordial world and wait for our good news. Understanding Shino's concerns, everyone smiled disapprovingly. They patted their chests and promised Shino that they could solve these matters so that he could rest assured. Living in the dangerous primordial world, who didn't have a few friends and allies. And their friends and allies would naturally have their own friends and allies. After that, it would be so on. After a series of calculations, the entire primordial world was a huge network of relationships. As long as one section was opened, it could spread in all directions. Therefore, although there were only a few dozen primordial world races that had come to the human race. However, once they exerted their strength, it wouldn't be long before they could contact the entire primordial world races along the huge and complicated network of relationships. It was precisely because of this that Shino chose to rope them in. In that case, I'll wait for your good news. Shino smiled and said to the crowd, Your Majesty, don't worry. It won't be long before we receive the good news. Everyone was anxious. They hurriedly excused themselves from Shino and quickly left to contact the primordial world races. The human race has succeeded. Looking at the backs of everyone leaving in a hurry, Shino couldn't help but smile. Then, Shino stopped smiling and pretended that nothing had happened. He rushed back to the refining hall and continued refining the heavenly cycle palace. The experts of the primordial world races who had left were extraordinarily efficient. In less than 1,000 years, they had contacted most of the primordial world races and obtained their consent. That was true. The primordial world races had no reason to disagree with such a thing that benefited all living beings in the world and was accompanied by great merit. Sorting out the primordial world's earth veins to resolve the danger of the primordial world's innate baleful aura. Once such a great merit was completed, the heavenly Tao would definitely bestow immeasurable merit. Then, everyone who participated in this matter would be able to obtain some benefits and share a portion of the merit. Of course, the lion's share still belonged to the human race. After all, the human race was in the dominant position. To sum it up in one sentence, the human race ate meat, and the primordial world races drank soup. But even so, when faced with the temptation of virtue, who could resist it? The more perfect the world was, the more difficult it was to obtain merit. It was undoubtedly much more difficult to obtain merit now than in the previous era. Therefore, those people's actions were so fast and smooth, easily contacting the primordial world races. It was all for merit. However, at the end of the plan, they finally encountered an obstacle. There were more than 10 powerful primordial world races who firmly disagreed with this plan. They were not opposed to sorting out the earth veins, but they were opposed to the human race being the leader. In short, they felt that they had obtained too little. Why should the human race eat the meat and they drink the soup? This would not do. They also wanted to eat meat. Therefore, they used their own strength and fell out with everyone. They did not agree to this matter no matter what. Unless the human race showed sincerity. They were so arrogant. It was because they had the confidence to do so. The forces of the primordial world races were complicated. There were too many interest groups. These opponents were undoubtedly the strongest of them all. The forces they were in. They were all very powerful. Therefore, after the witch race retreated from the netherworld, they occupied the most fertile land in the primordial world. Moreover, the territory they ruled was even larger than the human race's territory. They were not afraid of the human race. Moreover, because they occupied the vast land. If they were determined not to agree to comb the earth veins, then the matter of combing the earth veins could not continue. Therefore, they had the confidence to fight against the human race. We're in trouble. After everyone tried to persuade them for a long time, they saw that they could not shake their determination. They returned to the ancestral land of the human race with bitter faces and explained the situation to Shino. Shino had expected such a situation. He even knew which clans would reject him. Therefore, after everyone came to report, he could not help but think to himself that it was as expected. However, no matter what he thought in his heart, Shinnong revealed a regretful expression on his face. So, he said regretfully, "My lord, I'm sorry. Since they are unwilling to cooperate, then the human race can't force them. In that case, let's forget about combing the earth veins of the primordial world. Just pretend that we never said it. Then next, we have to discuss it carefully. Which race will start with the matter of combing the earth veins? What was retreating in order to advance? That was it. Shino could give up combing the earth veins of the primordial world and turn to combing the earth veins of each race. But the 10,000 races could not. The matter of combing the earth veins of the primordial world was not only related to the future of their race, but also to whether they could obtain merit in the future. Merit was right in front of them, as if it was within their reach. How could they give up so easily? So, Shino could retreat, but they could not. Interest would drive them to move forward and put in all their effort to promote the plan of combing the earth veins. Your Majesty, you must not do this. Even with the help of the primordial geomancy map, we are saved. But what about the living beings outside the 10,000 races? Are they not going to save us? So, for the sake of all living beings in the world, we can't take half a step back. Seeing that Shino had given up, everyone said righteously. This time, they were really anxious. Originally, they had no good intentions when they told Shino about this matter. They planned to use the hands of the human race to deal with the group of opponents. This plan was good, but they did not expect that Shino would not fall for it at all. After seeing that someone objected, he directly took drastic measures and quit. If he did not take them along, it would be over. This would not do. Everyone was thinking about the merit they would obtain after combing the earth veins. If the human race expressed that they were not going to play, then wouldn't the merit that they were about to obtain fly away? Therefore, for the sake of merit, they would never take half a step back. However, no matter what their hearts were like, they still had to put on a fig leaf called the righteousness of heaven and earth to hide the side of their hearts that could not be known by others. Therefore, the moment they opened their mouths, they were all living beings, the righteousness of heaven and earth, occupying the highest point of morality. Your Majesty, that group of people is a part of the primordial world, but they don't care about heaven and earth. They only care about their personal gains and losses. Obviously, they have lost the right path and are about to become evil demons. Just listen to their words, but you must not take them seriously. Otherwise, it will have a huge impact on the primordial world. Yes. For some personal gains, that group of people obstructed us from eliminating disasters for the primordial world and saving all living beings. What's the difference between what they say and what they do and evil demons? If they weren't evil demons, why would they object to our actions and obstruct us from saving the world? Good heavens! Everyone spoke one after another. In a short moment, they classified those opponents as evil demons. It was as if killing them would not be enough to appease the anger of the common people. From this, it could be seen that the actions of those opponents who obstructed the implementation of the plan to comb the earth veins had undoubtedly angered the public. That was why everyone was shouting and fighting. In that case, what do you think? After everyone regained their silence, Shino asked. This, for a moment, everyone was hesitant. No one wanted to speak first. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about this matter. We will give you a satisfactory answer. Finally, after hesitating for a while, someone gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He spoke to Shino. That's right. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about this. We will persuade them and explain the pros and cons. I think that they will definitely change their minds for the sake of all living beings in the primordial world. After that person stood up, a few more people walked out one after another and promised Shino. Then, I'll leave this matter to you. After receiving everyone's guarantee, Shino solemnly asked. We don't dare. Everyone waved their hands and left with a heavy heart. Benefits really make people crazy. Looking at the backs of the people slowly disappearing, Shino knew in his heart that they must be going to exterminate the race. Those who objected were done for. Their strength was very strong. When combined, they were almost comparable to the human race. However, under the joint forces of the 10,000 races, they would not be able to hold on for long. After Shino explained to the 10,000 races, the matter of combing the earth veins was no longer a matter of the human race, but a matter of the entire 10,000 races. This was a great thing that could benefit the 10,000 races. Everyone was looking forward to the completion of this matter so that they could benefit from it. However, at this moment, someone wanted to destroy this plan. How could the people who were about to benefit from it tolerate the existence of the saboteur? They would definitely join forces to destroy the saboteur to protect their own interests. That was why Shino said that benefits could make people crazy. Only benefits could drive people's hearts. Chapter 609. Although the actions of those few clans might be able to obtain greater benefits for themselves. However, their actions undoubtedly harmed the interests of almost everyone other than them, blinded by greed, to the extent that they incurred public anger. And those who incurred public anger never had a good ending. Unless their strength was strong enough to crush the myriad clans, then even if they incurred public anger, these people would be fine. But it was obvious that they did not have the strength. Then their fate would definitely be to be torn into pieces by the angry myriad clans. Shino had expected all of this, so he did not seem to be so concerned about combing through the primordial earth veins. Because he knew, driven by interest, the myriad clans would give him a satisfactory answer. Although Shino had guessed the following actions of the myriad clans, he did not step forward to stop them. Those clans were all clans that were at the peak of the myriad clans. Each of them had strength that was slightly inferior to the human clan or comparable to the human clan. Keeping them alive would always be a threat to the human clan. Similarly, their existence was a stumbling block for the human clan to reach the peak. Taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Shino planned to use the hands of the myriad clans to destroy these clans in one fell swoop. At the same time, he would weaken the backbone of the myriad clans so that he could completely clear the obstacles on the path of the human clan. The dissatisfaction of those few clans with the human clan had been accumulated in their hearts for a long time. When the late Emperor Fushi was still in power, he could still suppress them. However, ever since Fushi ascended to the heavens, they no longer concealed their dissatisfaction with the human clan. They directly revealed it on the surface and ignored the orders of the human emperor. Most of the reason why the human clan's prestige had plummeted was because of them. In this way, Shino's hatred for them could be imagined. If it were not for the fear of the myriad clans, Shino would have destroyed them with a slap. It was not easy to find an opportunity to destroy them. Shino could not be happier, so why would he stop them? It was also the human clan's fault for being too weak. If the human clan could be as powerful as the demon clan and the wizard clan, so what if they destroyed them? Would the myriad clans dare to say, no? It would not be like now, afraid that the myriad clans would feel sorry for the death of the rabbit and seem to be restrained when they do things. What happened next was just as Shino had expected. With heavy hearts, the representatives of the 10,000 races tried to persuade the opponents one last time. After that, when the persuasion failed, the experts of the 10,000 races attacked in anger and killed those who opposed. With the advantage in numbers and the sneak attack, how could those opponents be a match for the experts of the myriad races? In a moment, they were killed and fled in panic. However, since the masters of the 10,000 races had chosen to take action, how could they give them a chance to survive and leave behind a huge hidden danger for themselves? The experts of the myriad races were also afraid of their revenge. Thus, when they saw the opponents fleeing, the experts of the myriad races immediately chased after them, vowing to exterminate them. At this time, it was impossible for those opponents to surrender. The masters of the myriad races would not give them this chance. Leave them a way out, that would mean leaving behind a huge hidden danger for himself and his race. It was fine if he did not make a move. Once he made a move, it meant that there was no turning back. The disparity in strength between the enemy and their side was too great. The opponents were beaten back repeatedly by the experts of the myriad races. They were even surrounded and the entire space-time was sealed. They did not even have the chance to escape. They could only choose to fight to the death. They believed that it would not be long before these opponents were wiped out one by the experts of the 10,000 races. While the two sides were fighting, the ancestral land of the human race welcomed a joyous occasion. After thousands of years of continuous refining, all 365 divine palaces, which were acquired supreme treasures, were finally completed. This is the cornerstone of the human race's prosperity. In the refining hall, looking at the 365 heavenly palace shrouded in starlight in front of him, Shino could not hide the excitement in his heart. His face was full of joy. According to Feng Zichen's plan, the 365 heavenly palace would be placed on the earth vein nodes to gather the spiritual vigor of heaven and earth, transforming the spiritual energy in all directions and nurturing countless fortunes. In other words, when the 365 heavenly palace merged with the earth veins and received the power of the stars, it would turn into 365 blessed grotto heavens. That's 365 blessed and heavenly lands, you know. One must know that a blessed grotto heavens could nurture at least one Daluo Jinxian. What kind of concept was this? In other words, these 365 heavenly palace could nurture at least 365 Daluo Jinxian for the human race. Remember, it was the least. Some blessed grotto heavens could nurture more than one Daluo Jinxian. They could nurture several or even dozens of them. Needless to say, after the heavenly palace was completed, it was possible that it could continue to evolve. Bathing in the endless starlight was also a kind of cultivation for the heavenly palace. If it could evolve, it might be possible to take another step forward. In addition, the earth veins were not unchanging. They could also evolve. And these, all of them would become the foundation of the human race, so that it could nurture more Daluo Jinxian for the human race. Although having 365 Daluo Jinxian would not make the human race as powerful as the shamans and demons, it would be more than enough to sweep through the 10,000 races in this era when the world was more changeable. Rise. Filled with excitement, Shino took action personally. He raised the heavenly palace and placed them in the corresponding earth vein nodes according to the heavenly star atlas and the primitive geomancy map. What kind of cultivation did Shino have? His strength was comparable to that of a great perfection sage to be. He could be said to be at the peak of the primitive world. It would be an exaggeration to say that his divine thought could cover the entire primitive world. However, it would be easy to cover the entire human territory. Therefore, under the control of Shino's divine thought, the heavenly palace quickly took its place and sat steadily on the earth vein nodes. The heavenly palace is in place. Next, I'll use the heavenly palace as a medium to guide the heavenly star force and set up the galaxy cosmic light formation. After checking carefully and confirming that there were no mistakes, Shino began to use the Dao seal passed down by Feng Zichen to activate the heavenly palace to guide the heavenly star force. Rumble. As Shino formed the seal, mysterious runes emerged from his hands and flew toward the heavenly palace. Then, the heavenly palace trembled violently. It released a terrifying suction force that devoured all the spiritual chi of heaven and earth released by the earth veins. Buzz buzz buzz, a resplendent light bloomed from the body of the cyclic divine palace, turning into pillars of light that pierced through the clouds and connected with the distant stars. Has it begun? On the Emperor's star, Feng Zichen woke up from his seclusion after sensing the fluctuations of the heavenly palace. He opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the human race. What he saw was, they were all dazzling divine palaces. Very good. Nodding, Feng Zichen formed a seal. All of a sudden, it was as though a valve had been opened. The entire boundless starry sky began to tremble as the boundless power of the stars flowed into the universal sacred palace through the pillars of light. After the battle between the liches and demons, the Zhousing had been severely damaged. In order to repair it as soon as possible, Feng Zichen had sealed off the boundless starry sky. As a result, other than the star force released by the star force, no one in the Eldritch world could mobilize even a trace of the star force without Feng Zichen's permission. As a result, the Zhousing formation in the Eldritch world gradually became a legend. Without the star force, the power of the star formation would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. It was basically useless and no one would use it. Over time, the star formation naturally became a legend. However, things were different today. Countless years had passed. With the help of God Pangu, the situation of the boundless starry sky had undoubtedly improved a lot. Although it had not recovered to its peak, it was half as good as it had been. Therefore, after sensing the call of the heavenly palace, Feng Zichen did not hesitate to release the restrictions on the boundless starry sky, allowing the star force to flow freely into the human world. In other words, from now on, all living beings in the Eldritch world would once again have the ability to mobilize the star force. The glory of the star formation would gradually reappear. One of the reasons why the demon clan had declined was because they had intercepted the star force of the heavenly cycle. As a result, they had formed a huge karma with all living beings, resulting in endless karma. With this lesson in mind, Feng Zichen naturally did not dare to firmly seal off the star force of the heavenly cycle like the demon clan. Previously, with the reason of repairing the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen could seal off the boundless starry sky without any scruples. However, now that the boundless starry sky had almost recovered, it was somewhat unreasonable to seal off the boundless starry sky. Perhaps one day, the heavenly Tao would come looking for trouble with him. Therefore, Feng Zichen took this opportunity to directly release the restrictions on the boundless starry sky. At the same time, he took the opportunity to channel all the star force that the boundless starry sky had accumulated over the years into the human clan. He would take it as a benefit that the former emperor of the human clan was giving to his people. Whoosh! The boundless star force poured down like a storm, washing away all the impurities of the human clan and creating large patches of spiritual land. However, the star force that was scattered in the human clan's territory was ultimately only a small portion. Most of it was absorbed by the 365 heavenly palace. Rumble. One could see that after absorbing the star force from the boundless starry sky, the heavenly palace had undergone a huge change. It became even more glorious and majestic. It was surrounded by dazzling divine light and was accompanied by rumbling Tao sounds. It was exceptionally mystical. In the center of the heavenly palace, countless runes danced and formed a mysterious Tao diagram in the air, surrounding a dazzling ball of light. It was the projection of Zhousing. It was formed by the convergence of the boundless star force and was enshrined in the center of the heavenly palace. It symbolized the connection between Zhousing and the heavenly cycle. It was the center of the heavenly palace. Mastering it was equivalent to mastering the heavenly palace. The projection of Zhousing had been trembling ever since it was formed. It continued to release an extremely mysterious power, attempting to resonate with the other projections of Zhousing. Rumble. The moment all the illusory images of the heavenly cycle stars resonated with each other, boundless divine light blossomed from the heavenly cycle palace and spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the light from the 365 universal divine halls merged into one, forming profound marks on the ground. They were like star paths and Tao marks. The galaxy cosmic light formation. There was no doubt that the moment all the divine palaces connected, they spontaneously formed the universal light array, a top formation of the primitive universe. Rumble. The formation operated spontaneously and gathered the star force from all directions. Gradually, an extremely blurry figure was formed on the ground. It was the projection of Pangu. To be more precise, it was an existence similar to the deity Pangu. However, the earth veins of the human race were not as powerful as the one in the boundless starry sky. Therefore, the deity Pangu that was formed was naturally extremely blurry. It was not as clear as the one in the boundless starry sky. However, in a sense, the deity Pangu of the human race was more perfect than the one in the boundless starry sky. After all, the deity Pangu in the boundless starry sky was formed purely from Zhoshing. On the other hand, the deity Pangu of the human race had not only the heavenly cycle star force but also the earth veins. This made its physical body even more textured and gave off a strong impact. On the Pangu celestial, the power of the earth veins and the power of the stars fused together perfectly, forming an extremely high-grade power, the chaotic Yuan Qi. This was the original energy. It possessed an unimaginable power of creation. The deity Zhoshing force was inherently more inclined towards connate clear qi. The earth veins power was undoubtedly more inclined towards connate turbid qi. Therefore, when the Pangu god fused these two types of energy together, it gave birth to the primal chaos Yuan Qi. Rumble. With the formation of the deity Pangu, the acquired qi in the heavenly palace began to transform into connate qi. At the same time, strands of chaos vital qi were born from the void and merged with the newly born connate qi to enhance its quality. Although the deity Pangu did not refine much chaos vital qi, the fact that it was able to refine chaos vital qi was already an incredible feat. This was the highest level of blessed enclave, which was a treatment that only the dojos of the top great divines could enjoy. Rumble. Formless laws manifested in the heavenly palace. They were faintly discernible and were accompanied by ethereal Tao sounds that seemed to expound on the mysteries of the great Tao, giving one endless reverie. Without a doubt, the presence of such a phenomenon meant that it was easier to comprehend Tao while cultivating in the heavenly palace. This was a great opportunity. The deity Zhoshing had only just been formed and it already had some semblance of a blessed enclave. If it was fully integrated into the earth veins, who knew how many surprises it would bring to the human race? The next thing to consider is how to deal with these divine palaces. Shino began to have a headache after his initial joy. One could imagine the impact that the sudden addition of 365 blessed enclaves would have on the human race. Just how to distribute them was a huge problem. Chapter 610. After pondering for a moment, Shino had an idea in his mind. Among the 365 stars, apart from the Sun Star, the Moon Star, and the Purple Star, only the South Pole, the North Pole, the North Pole, the North Pole, and the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth star, which had special symbolic meanings, were stronger than the ordinary stars. The rest of the Zhoshing were about the same in terms of strength. There was no difference in strength. In other words, as long as the powerful divine palace that symbolized the sun, the moon, and the Ziwei star were excluded, the creation contained in the remaining divine palaces would not be much different. That would be easy to handle. First, they divided the entire human territory into 365 regions based on the locations of the cycle divine palaces. This was to ensure that every region had a cycle divine palace. After that, anyone in each domain who could cultivate to the realm of primordial unity golden immortal could enter the universal palace to cultivate in the domain that belonged to that domain to increase their chances of becoming a perfected golden immortal. As for the powerful divine palaces that were excluded, the Ziwei divine palace would be the exclusive divine palace of the human emperor. The rest of the divine palaces would be controlled by the Daluo Jinxian of the human clan as their cultivation places. Shino's mind was quickly consumed. Countless ideas flashed through his mind, and he gradually came up with a huge distribution plan. However, the plan that he had thought of was only a rough framework. As for the specific implementation, he still needed to discuss it with the elders before it could be truly implemented. With Shino's identity, although he could make decisions in the human clan, he still had to consider the opinions of the elders of the human clan. After all, the human clan was not his alone. Just as Shino was thinking about how to distribute the divine palaces, the internal strife among the 10,000 clans finally came to an end. The group of opponents was completely wiped out by the experts of the 10,000 clans. For this, the price paid by the experts of the 10,000 clans was Several innate spiritual treasures were completely shattered, and the innate indestructible spiritual light scattered in the untainted land. Dozens of innate spiritual treasures were damaged, causing their levels to drop. They needed a long time to recuperate. More than 10 people were seriously injured and temporarily lost their fighting strength. As for the other experts, they were all injured. Although their lives were not in danger, they still needed a long time to recuperate. In this battle, although everyone on the myriad race's side was injured, no one died. The difference in strength was too great. Thousands of people besieged dozens of people. If they were still killed by the opponents, the experts of the myriad races would commit suicide out of shame. After killing those opposers and dividing their territories, the masters of the myriad races hurried to the ancestral land of the human race to report to Shino after a short period of rest. This time, in order to quickly eliminate those opponents, the experts of the myriad races almost used up all their resources. It could be said that the losses were great. Even if they collected the spoils of war, it could not make up for their losses. Therefore, they were now in an urgent need to promote the plan to sort out the primeval ley lines in order to obtain merit from it to make up for the losses caused by besieging and killing the opposition. Your Majesty, we believe that we will not disappoint you. We have already convinced many of our fellow Taoists to agree to the plan of combing the primordial earth veins. Now, everything is settled. We're just waiting for your Majesty to borrow the map of the primordial world so that we can combine the power of the 10,000 races and sort out the earth veins. Everyone came to the human emperor's palace and bowed to Shino. Thank you for your hard work. Since that's the case, I won't refuse anymore. Give me 100 years to prepare the various treasures needed to sort out the earth veins of the primordial world. When he saw the injuries on everyone's bodies, Shino almost understood what had happened. However, he did not ask anything. He only encouraged everyone and then told them to go back and wait for 100 years. Of course, he could not agree directly. After all, in everyone's impression, the map of the primordial world had been returned to the Magi. If Shino directly took out the map of the primordial world, wouldn't he be causing trouble for himself? There was no lack of intelligent people in the myriad races. If Shino revealed such an obvious flaw, it was hard to guarantee that they would not guess something. Therefore, in order to cover up his lie and to put on a show, Shino had to make a trip to the netherworld no matter what. And in these 100 years, it was the time for him to travel to and from the netherworld. In that case, we'll wait for your Majesty's good news. Your Majesty, we have something to do, so we'll take our leave first. We'll see you in 100 years. After bowing to Shino, everyone bid farewell and left. Thank you for clearing the obstacles on the way forward for the human race. In that case, the day when the human race prospers is not far away. Looking at the backs of everyone leaving, Shino was extremely excited. It was as if he saw the scene of the human race reaching the peak of the primordial world. After a moment, Shino's excited mood calmed down. They came at the right time. In that case, the matter of the distribution of the heavenly cycle temple will be temporarily put aside. Anyway, this little bit of time won't make a difference. Now, it's more important to go to the netherworld. Due to everyone's sudden arrival, Shino had no choice but to give up the distribution of the heavenly cycle temple and go to the netherworld first. With a thought, Shino broke through the void and headed in the direction of the netherworld. However, Shino did not go to the netherworld with the help of the ghost emperor of Fengdu. Instead, he went to the 10 directions pure land that Xian Qing had left in the netherworld. In the netherworld, Shino paid a visit to the Lady of Earth, ancestral which Xian Ming, ghost emperor of Fengdu, patriarch Nether River, and the other supreme rulers of the netherworld before returning to the primordial world. And this back and forth, in addition to the time spent visiting everyone, it was almost 100 years. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, the location of the eastern ancestral veins, the immortal Tao Holy Land, which was usually extremely quiet, was currently filled with a large number of people. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed the disciples of the saint in the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain. Logically speaking, with so many people gathered at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, not only would they disturb the peace of the saints' Tao field, but they would also easily pollute the nearby spiritual vigor. Since that was the case, the disciples of the saint should expel all of them. However, the disciples of the saint, who were usually extremely arrogant, did not even dare to show their faces in front of everyone, let alone expel them. They were afraid. That was because the people gathered here were the human Emperor Shino and the patriarchs of the myriad races. Not to mention their strength, just the forces behind them were enough to stop the disciples of the saint. Under the joint forces of the myriad races, even the saint had to retreat, let alone their disciples. Otherwise, they would definitely be attacked by the mighty power of the human Tao. If the disciples of the saint dared to expel everyone, they would be beaten to death by everyone. The heavenly Lord of primordial beginning would not be able to find an excuse to take revenge. This is where the Eastern ancestral bloodline is. If we want to sort out the earth veins again, we should start here. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Shino said to everyone. The Eastern ancestral bloodline, as its name suggested, was the source of all the earth veins in the eastern lands. Since they wanted to sort out the earth veins, they naturally had to start from the source. Originally, Mount Buzhou should have been a more suitable location than Kunlun Mountain. After all, that was where the ancestral bloodline of the entire primordial world was located. And Kunlun Mountain was only the ancestral bloodline of the East. Unfortunately, after Mount Buzhou collapsed, the ancestral bloodline of the primordial world was shattered. If not for that, the world would not have changed from the Khanate era to the postnatal era. Your Majesty, what should we do? Sensing the faintly discernible holy might on Kunlun Mountain, everyone could not help but feel a little guilty and urged Shino. Everyone, take a look. With a faint smile, Shino raised his hand and took out the primordial geomancy map. Immediately, boundless Tao runes spread out and slowly formed a majestic figure in front of everyone. Pangu's shadow. Everyone, do you see the meridians on the ancestral god's body? Following the ancestral god's meridians and sorting out the earth veins of the primordial world into this appearance is what we need to do next. Pointing at the meridians on Pangu's shadow, Shino explained to everyone. What a big deal! When everyone saw this, they were extremely shocked. They could not help but admire the person who had thought of this method. After they came back to their senses, they threw this admiration to the back of their minds and hurriedly used their spiritual senses to observe Pangu's meridian diagram to imprint it in their hearts. Now, the world was easier, the bloodlines of the myriad races had deteriorated, the world was filled with Khanate murderous aura, causing the immortal Tao to gradually decline. Unlike the decline of the immortal Tao, the path of the God-Fiend gradually spread among the tens of thousands of races due to the effect of its bloodline atavism, showing signs of prosperity. If one wanted to maintain their innate bloodline, they had to cultivate the path of the God-Fiend. The new generation of the tens of thousands of races had no choice but to abandon the immortal Tao and focus on cultivating the path of the God-Fiend to restore their innate bloodline. At this time, manuals about cultivating the path of the God-Fiend were extremely important. Therefore, every time a Tao scripture of the path of the God-Fiend appeared, it would cause a bloody storm in the primordial world and attract countless experts to fight for it. From this, it could be seen that the Tao scriptures of the path of the God-Fiend were precious. And Pangu's meridian diagram was one of the supreme manuals of the path of the God-Fiend. Now that it was placed in front of everyone, how could they not be moved? Naturally, they had to try their best to memorize it. Shino did not stop this. Firstly, he could not stop it. Secondly, this move could increase the prosperity of the path of the God-Fiend. Thirdly, the Pangu's meridian diagram that appeared in the primordial geomancy map was still different from the Pangu's meridian diagram passed down by Feng Zichen. It was even more simple. The Pangu's meridian diagram passed down by Feng Zichen had been improved many times and had long been close to perfection. It was far from what the one in front of them could compare to. Moreover, if they wanted to rely on a Pangu's meridian diagram to suppress the human race, that would be underestimating the human race too much. Everyone, can we begin? Shino waited for everyone for 3 days before speaking. As if everyone came back to their senses. They first thought about it for a moment, then bowed solemnly to Shino. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your help." Everyone knew that if Shino did not intend to help, he would have too many methods to prevent everyone from seeing the complete Panga's meridian diagram. Therefore, everyone owed Shino a favor today. Go. Shino pointed at the primordial geomancy map and pushed its power to the limit. Then, the primordial geomancy map suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire Kunlun mountain. "Everyone, please lend me a hand." When he was exhausted, Shino hurriedly shouted to everyone. When everyone heard this, they all took action and poured all their mana into the primordial geomancy map to help Shino activate this treasure. Rumble. With everyone's help, the primordial geomancy map grew longer with the wind. In an instant, it expanded many times. It was like a sky curtain that almost covered the entire eastern land. Buzz. Buzz. Sensing the aura of the primordial geomancy map, the eastern land veins trembled and revealed themselves from under the ground. Swish. 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 Instantly, countless bright golden lines appeared on the entire eastern land. "Everyone, why aren't you making a move?" Seeing this, Shenong shouted loudly. Your Majesty will make a move now." Taking a deep breath, everyone poured 90% of their mana into the primordial geomancy map. Then they stood up and left. They began to sort out the land veins according to the Panga's meridian diagram. Boom, boom, boom. As the land veins shifted positions, the mountains shifted and the rivers changed their course. The entire landscape of the primordial world changed drastically. If an ancient person was resurrected, he would definitely feel unfamiliar when he saw the primordial world. Everything had changed. Exciting. One could imagine how everyone felt at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. That was exciting. How could the Saint's Dao field not be exciting? This was probably the only time in his life. Even if the experts of the 10,000 races came out together, it still took 10,000 years to sort out the land veins this time before it was completely over. Rumble. After sorting out the land veins, everyone worked together to activate the primordial geomancy map and push the land veins to move the land veins. Thus, after 365 great circulations of the heavenly cycle, the power of the land veins was pushed to the limit and began to slowly refine the connate murderous aura. At this point, the connate murderous aura tribulation that had troubled the primordial world for many years had been quelled by the joint forces of the 10,000 races. Rumble. The moment the power of the land veins was activated, the heavenly Tao sensed it and sent down endless merit. The amount of merit this time was comparable to when Feng Zichen created the connate sword Tao. The human race received 5% of the boundless merit, and the remaining 95% was divided equally by the 10,000 races. By the time everyone finished absorbing the merit, it was already 1,000 years later. It had been 1,000 years since the power of the land veins refined the connate murderous aura. At this time, almost all the land veins in the primordial world had been purified and no longer produced new connate murderous aura. Everything was developing in a good direction. However, at this moment, something strange happened. A ball of pitch-black chaotic fiendish chi origin, emitting a terrifying aura, slowly rose from the depths of the earth. Accompanied by a shocking roar, the ball of chaotic murderous aura suddenly turned into a connate ferocious beast after it arrived at the land veins. A connate ferocious beast at the primordial chaos level. This was a backup plan left behind by the Chaos Fiend God and also the source of the changes in the primordial world. Now that it was refined by the power of the land veins, it could not be revealed. Perhaps because it was unwilling to admit defeat, the ball of chaotic murderous aura exhausted its last strength and gave birth to a connate ferocious beast at the primordial chaos level for the final fight. How is this possible? Chapter 611. A violent aura swept out, shaking the heavens and the earth. Facing a primordial-level connate ferocious beast, everyone felt that the surrounding space suddenly became extremely oppressive, giving them a sense of suffocation. Too powerful. Looking at the connate ferocious beast, everyone said in a daze, and a sense of despair arose in their hearts. To them, the primordial level Daluojingxian was an insurmountable chasm, an existence that they could never reach. Facing such an expert, they could not raise any thoughts of resistance. The difference was too great. Under the pressure of the connate ferocious beast's powerful aura, they lost the ability to move. They could only stay where they were and look up at the connate ferocious beast without moving. It was as if they were waiting for death. Roar! After the initial confusion, the newly born connate ferocious beast understood the meaning of its existence. Therefore, it roared, raised its huge claws, and slapped at Shino and the others. Blank. It was completely blank. At this moment, except for Shino, everyone else had lost consciousness under the claws of the connate ferocious beast. Their minds fell into a blank, and they could not think. At the same time, their future was also dim. Countless possibilities were also rapidly disappearing, gradually evolving into the only future. That was the. Most of the experts of the myriad races were Daluojingxian. Only a few dozen of them had reached the quasi-saint realm, and they were only in the early and middle stages, at the level of mighty figures. How could such strength resist when facing a primordial level connate ferocious beast? Whoosh whoosh, the huge claw slapped down, ignoring time and space. With unparalleled power, it arrived above Shino and the others in the blink of an eye. Primordial Geomancy Map, rise. Seeing that everyone was about to die under the claws of the connate ferocious beast, at the critical moment, Shino activated the Primordial Geomancy Map and swept everyone up, directly bringing them out of the range of the huge claw. Rumble! The huge claw of the connate ferocious beast slapped the ground fiercely, causing the ground to rumble and tremble nonstop, stirring up endless smoke and dust. However, under this attack, although the ground trembled, it was not damaged at all. The full-strength attack of a primordial-level connate ferocious beast was enough to destroy the world, but the ground here actually withstood this attack and was not damaged. And this. But it was because this place was near the Kunlun Mountains. Putting aside the fact that Kunlun Mountain itself was extraordinary, this was the birthplace of the three pure ones. Back then, before Tao ancestor Hongjun attained the Tao, he had also cultivated here in seclusion. One could tell that this place was extraordinary. Nearby, the rhythm of the Tao was formed naturally, gathering the natural luck of all directions, developing the miracle of heaven and earth, supported by boundless power. Outside of this place, Tao ancestor Hongjun had once left behind Tao marks here. The three pure ones had also set up array formations here, especially the heavenly Lord Yuanshi. His Taoist field, the Jade Mirage Palace, was on Mount Kunlun. For this reason, the vicinity of Mount Kunlun was even more impregnable. For sages walked out of a single mountain. It was a pity that his strength was known. Even a primordial chaos expert would find it difficult to shake it. That was why the Xiantian realm ferocious beast's claw was unable to shake the ground. Seeing that its attack had failed, the Xiantian beast let out a furious roar. A formless sound wave spread out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. This time, the connate ferocious beast was in trouble. Attacking Kunlun Mountain was not without a price. Buzz buzz buzz. After Kunlun Mountain was attacked by the connate ferocious beast, it suddenly emitted a resplendent divine light. Endless Tao patterns were born along with it, spreading over the earth and mountains. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, hundreds of millions of Tao patterns erupted at the same time, condensing into a dazzling jade-colored mystic light that brushed toward the connate ferocious beast. The supreme divine ability, Jade Pure Immortal Light. In the next moment, heaven and earth were filled with a jade-colored light. When the light subsided, the connate ferocious beast had already been cut in half by the Jade Pure Immortal Light. After its body was cut in half, the connate ferocious beast did not die. Instead, it lay on the ground, constantly letting out mournful howls. A primordial chaos existence would not die so easily. In fact, This kind of injury was nothing to the connate ferocious beast. However, the immortal light did not extinguish. It had always existed at the wound of the connate ferocious beast, preventing it from reconnecting its broken body and causing it great pain. The connate ferocious beast tried for a moment and saw that it could not recover its body in a short period of time, so it simply stopped repairing its body. Instead, it directly spat out a mouthful of blood essence towards the lower half of its body that had been cut off. Then, a miraculous change happened. After absorbing the blood essence, the body of the connate ferocious beast that had been cut off suddenly began to squirm and grow countless pieces of flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, a new connate ferocious beast was born. Judging from its aura, it was also at the primordial chaos level. However, perhaps because it was divided into two, compared to before, the connate ferocious beast's aura was undoubtedly much weaker. However, a connate ferocious beast at the primordial chaos level had become two connate ferocious beasts. If they went crazy, the destructive power would undoubtedly be greater. The two connate ferocious beasts roared in unison and pounced toward Shino and the others at the same time. A tyrannical aura wantonly spread out, destroying everything around them. Evil beast, don't be rash. At this moment, Feng Zichen, who was far away in the boundless starry sky, suddenly opened his eyes and punched downwards. With one punch, the universe moved. Rumble. It was as if heaven and earth were out of balance, and the universe was in turmoil. An unparalleled force descended from the sky and landed solidly on the body of one of the connate ferocious beasts, shattering it on the spot. With a bang, a rain of blood fell from the sky and dyed a large area of mountains and rivers red. Interesting. On the Emperor's star, Feng Zichen was about to add another punch to completely extinguish the vitality of the connate ferocious beast. Suddenly, he sensed that something was wrong. The rain of blood that filled the sky suddenly spread in all directions and disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that even Feng Zichen did not have time to stop it. The connate ferocious beast had escaped. No, it should be said that the origin of the chaotic evil aura had escaped. With a thought, Feng Zichen was about to use the divine art of Dian to deduce the whereabouts of the origin of the chaotic evil aura. However, when he calmed down, he found that the secrets of heaven regarding the origin of the chaotic evil aura had suddenly become chaotic and nothing could be deduced. Did the heavenly Tao intervene? After thinking for a moment, Feng Zichen understood what was going on. Earlier, in order to quell the chaos of the connate ferocious beasts, they had almost killed all the connate ferocious beasts in the primordial world. As the descendants of the chaos fiend god, the connate ferocious beasts had the destiny to cause a great calamity in the primordial world. Therefore, the connate ferocious beast should not be destroyed. It was for this purpose that the heavenly Tao deliberately left behind this ball of connate murderous chi origin, thinking that the connate ferocious beasts would leave a part of their vitality. In the future, under the guidance of the heavenly Tao, this broken ball of connate murderous chi origin would fuse with the dark side of the primordial world and continuously breed connate ferocious beasts. Interesting. The heavenly Tao is really contradictory. After knowing the plan of the heavenly Tao, Feng Zichen did not search for the whereabouts of the connate murderous chi origin. Instead, he focused on the remaining connate ferocious beast. Its body contained the other half of the origin of the chaotic evil aura. When the heavenly Tao attacked just now, it did not save it. The attitude of the heavenly Tao was very obvious. This connate ferocious beast was at Feng Zichen's disposal. Collect. Worried that there would be another accident, Feng Zichen directly took out the Zhousing map this time, rolled up the connate ferocious beast, and brought it into the boundless starry sky. Is it over? It was only at this moment that the crowd, who had yet to recover from the shock, asked with lingering fear. It was too terrifying. An existence at the level of primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian was too terrifying. Just now, they had almost died. Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving our lives. After calming down, everyone hurriedly bowed to Shenong. They had to thank him. If Shenong had not taken out the Zhousing map in time and taken them away, they would have died under the claws of the connate ferocious beast. Fellow Taoists, there's no need to be so polite. Everyone is on the same path. How can Shenong not save you? Shenong hurriedly said as he helped everyone up. Yes, everyone is on the same path. With a chuckle, everyone stood up one after another. However, in their hearts, they acknowledged Shenong and his identity as the master of all races. After this incident, Shenong could be considered to have achieved perfection. He had completely stabilized his position as the master of all races. As long as he ascended to the heaven realm, he would be able to become the emperor of earth. Everyone, the calamity has passed. Let's celebrate. Feeling his rapidly increasing luck, Shenong could not help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly pulled everyone to the human race to celebrate the stabilization of the connate murderous aura. How dare we disobey His Majesty's request? Let's go together. Let's go together. Amidst the loud laughter, everyone left with Shenong. And from the beginning to the end, no one had mentioned anything about the West. That's right. This time, they had combed the earth veins again. They had combed the eastern earth veins, and the western earth veins had not been touched at all. The eastern ancestral vein was in Kunlun Mountain, the western ancestral vein was in Mount Meru. With Kunlun Mountain as the starting point, they naturally combed the eastern earth veins and had nothing to do with the west. As for why they had not combed the western earth veins, on one hand, it was because they found it troublesome. On the other hand, it was because the innate races and even the human race all lived in the eastern land and had never stepped into the western land. In other words, the people who worked this time were all from the east. Since that was the case, why would they spend so much effort to comb the western earth veins? It was just a barren land. It was not worth their effort. The 10,000 races did not care. Shenong did not care even more. The Western land was the territory of the Western sect, and the human race had a death grudge with the Western sect. Under such circumstances, why would Shenong help? Of course. The reason why Shenong and the others dared to do so was also because of Zenyuanzi. Back then, in order to prevent the desolate aura in the Western land from invading the Eastern land, Zenyuanzi had deliberately set up his dojo at the junction of the East and West. With the power of the ginseng fruit tree and the earth book, he had set up a large barrier to isolate the East and West. It was because of this barrier that everyone dared to abandon the Western land at ease. Thus, they did not have to worry about the innate murderous aura in the Western land flowing into the Eastern land. Feng Zichen also tacitly agreed to this situation. Since he had already formed a death grudge with the Western sect, he should not be soft-hearted when he attacked. He had to think of all ways to prevent the Western sect from strengthening. The Western land was filled with innate murderous aura, and the cultivation environment could be said to be extremely harsh. Under such circumstances, Feng Zichen did not believe that the Western land could still produce any experts. Feng Zichen's idea was indeed very good. But unfortunately, he had underestimated the courage of Zhuan Ti and Zenyuanzi. Zhuan Ti and Zenyuanzi had long planned to give up recruiting innate life forms and turn to nurturing innate ferocious beasts. The environment in the West was just what they wanted. In this way, they could not be happier, so how could they be worried? If Feng Zichen knew about this, he probably would not have let Shenong leave. Unfortunately, he did not know anything. He could only say, fate was unpredictable and the world was playing tricks on people. In the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen walked out of the Ziwei star and came in front of the innate ferocious beast that he had captured. It's a good treasure. I wonder if it can satisfy my request. With a thought, Feng Zichen mobilized the power of the boundless starry sky, blasted it into pieces, and slowly refined it. This mass of chaotic murderous aura was formed by the Chaos Fiend God when he collected the Chaos Origin and merged it with the chaotic murderous aura. If he could refine the chaotic murderous aura, then the remaining Chaos Origin would be a first-class treasure in the world. Therefore, what Feng Zichen was doing now was to refine the chaotic murderous aura in the Chaos Origin. Rumble. As Zhou Xing operated, Wisps of pitch-black murderous aura flew out from the chaos origin and merged into the boundless starry sky, gradually strengthening the primordial divine murderous aura. Finally, 3,000 years later, all the chaotic murderous aura was refined by Zhouxing, leaving only the purest chaos origin. Good treasure, don't let me down. With a low voice, Feng Zichen suddenly took action and divided the chaos origin into 12 equal parts. Then, he took out the remains of the innate gods and demons that he had accumulated over the years. He wanted to refine a treasure, and it was not an ordinary numinous treasure. With the chaos origin as the main material and the innate gods and demons' corpses as auxiliary materials, what was refined was naturally an innate numinous treasure. He wanted to imitate the Pangu Palace and refine 12 ancestral Magi palaces to suppress the primordial world's earth veins. Although the Heavenly Cycle Palace could also suppress the primordial world's earth veins, in order to prevent the myriad races from using the special functions of the Heavenly Cycle Palace, they would gradually expand. Feng Zichen thought about it and decided to set up the Heavenly Cycle Palace for the primordial world in the future, when the myriad races experts left the primordial world. With the size of the primordial world, if he set up the Heavenly Cycle Palace, it would definitely be spread out. With the strength of the human race, it would definitely be impossible to control all of it. At that time, it would be inevitable that the Heavenly Cycle Palace would fall into the hands of outsiders. And with the uniqueness of the Heavenly Cycle Palace, if it fell into the hands of outsiders, the experts of this race would definitely continue to stay in the primordial world. In this way, a large number of experts of the myriad races would stay in the primordial world. This was very disadvantageous to the development of the human race. Feng Zichen's goal of setting up the Heavenly Cycle Palace was to help the human race develop, not to strengthen the myriad races. Therefore, as long as the experts of the myriad races were still around, the Heavenly Cycle Palace could not be set up. Chapter 6:12. However, the Universal Temple could be abandoned, but the earth veins of the untainted land had to be protected. For this reason, Feng Zichen decided to build 12 ancestral Magi palaces in the untainted land to protect the earth veins. The 12 ancestral Magi were extremely honorable, so the palaces that worshipped them naturally could not be inferior. The Universal Temple of the human clan, which was at the level of acquired treasures, was definitely not worthy of their status. Therefore, Feng Zichen decided to build 12 ancestral Magi palaces at the level of innate spirit treasures. In the untainted land, the only way to refine innate spirit treasures was to use chaos spiritual objects or innate fiend gods as the main material, apart from the cauldron of heaven and earth. Therefore, in order to build the 12 ancestral Magi palaces, Feng Zichen had his eyes on the origin of chaotic evil qi hidden in the earth veins of the untainted land from the very beginning. After some planning, although the way of heaven intervened, the result was still satisfactory. Feng Zichen successfully obtained half of the origin of chaotic evil qi. Although it was only half of the origin of chaotic evil qi, it could be seen from the fact that it could transform into a primordial origin-level ferocious beast that it contained enormous power. It was not inferior to an ordinary innate treasure. In other words, this half of the origin of chaotic evil qi, if used properly, could be refined into an innate treasure. Rumble. With a thought, Feng Zichen gathered endless starlight and turned it into a blazing Tao fire, burning toward the pure origin of chaotic evil qi and the innate fiend god's corpse. The previous incarnation of the innate fiend god's corpse was not simple. Even the weakest of them had a cultivation not inferior to the late sage to be. They were the mainstays of the demon clan, figures who could dominate the untainted land. Unfortunately, they were unlucky and were killed by Feng Zichen when they were controlling the innate fiend god beast. Not only did their cultivation turn into flowing water, but their treasures and their bodies all fell into Feng Zichen's hands and became his collection. Rumble. Endless starlight. It made the Tao fire more brilliant and vigorous. Terrifying heat spread, setting off layers of heat waves and distorting the void. Even the laws of the world were showing signs of melting. Under such a terrifying temperature, the origin of chaos seemed to have been ignited, releasing an endless amount of mysterious energy. The innate god's corpse, on the other hand, slowly melted into a viscous liquid and fused with the chaos origin source. Feng Zichen's face lit up with joy when he saw that the innate god's corpse had completely merged with the chaos origin. Success! In the starry sky, a ray of gray light slowly floated up and down. It seemed to be connected to the Tao of the heavens and earth, emitting a mysterious fluctuation. This flowing light was formed from the convergence of the quintessence of chaos and the innate fiend god's corpse. It possessed an extremely profound energy that was like the quintessence of the Tao. If a mortal were to obtain it, they would be able to transform into a top-notch Khanate god-fiend with the potential to enter the primordial chaos. If an origin Tao immortal obtained it and entrusted his own Tao to it, he would be able to nurture a Khanate treasure that was completely compatible with him. This was the Khanate Tao source. What a great treasure! Looking at the Khanate Tao source that was emitting an inexplicable attraction, even Feng Zichen found it hard to calm down. If he didn't already possess the primordial chaos Tao Bell and the heavenly cycle star map, he probably wouldn't have been able to suppress the impulse in his heart. He wouldn't have been able to stop himself from imprinting his Tao on it so that he could nurture a primordial treasure that was most suitable for him. Fortunately, his cultivation hadn't reached the level of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Even if he imprinted his own Tao on it, he wouldn't be able to nurture a Khanate treasure. At best, he could only nurture a supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure or the embryo of a Khanate treasure. In addition, Feng Zichen had many Khanate treasures on him. Therefore, he suppressed the greed in his heart. However, Feng Zichen's cultivation hadn't reached the level of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. It would be difficult for him to refine this Khanate Tao source into a Khanate treasure. However, this wasn't a problem for him, because he didn't plan to refine the 12 ancestral Magi palaces with the traditional refining method. Ancestral Magi palaces, come. Ancestral Magi palaces, come. In the starry sky, Feng Zichen calmed his mind and focused his mind. His hands linked together and drew countless divine runes. He gradually connected with the ancestral Magi palaces that were silent in the primitive land. Rumble. For a moment, under Feng Zichen's call, the primitive land trembled inexplicably. Streaks of terrifying aura soared into the sky and set off endless wind and clouds. Rumble. As the terrifying aura spread, 12 ancient palaces gradually appeared in the ruins where the 12 tribes of the wizard tribe were originally located. Ancestral Magi palaces. This was the residence of the 12 ancestral Magi in the past. It was built by the people of the wizard tribe. They weren't spirit treasures or divine objects. They were just ordinary palaces. However, the 12 ancestral Magi lived here for a long time. They were tainted with the Tao of the ancestral Magi and possessed extraordinary power. The worship of the wizard tribe for countless years also caused the ancestral Magi palaces to gradually transform. They became magical. They became majestic. They became unbreakable. They were the sustenance of the wizard tribe and contained a large amount of ancestral Magi's aura. Therefore, they were also the final medium to revive the 12 ancestral Magi. With Feng Zichen's current strength, it was impossible for him to refine innate treasures. For this, he had to borrow some external forces. The ancestral Magi palaces, which were connected with the aura of the 12 ancestral Magi, became his best choice. Ancestral Magi palaces, come to me. Help me call back the 12 ancestral Magi. Under Feng Zichen's repeated calls, the ancestral Magi palaces, which had fallen into silence after the fall of the 12 ancestral Magi, gradually began to awaken. Rumble. Streaks of divine light bloomed, bursting forth with endless majesty. In an instant, it swept across the entire primitive land. Thousands of tribes were frightened and couldn't help but worship. Rumble. In the violent tremors, the 12 ancestral Magi palaces rose from the ground and broke through layers of void. They arrived in the boundless starry sky and in front of Feng Zichen. What happened? Why is there the aura of the ancestral magi? The moment the aura of the 12 ancestral magi appeared, the entire primitive land was startled. Many great beings woke up from their seclusion and looked towards the boundless starry sky. Just now, the 12 ancestral magi palaces slowly disappeared into the boundless starry sky. Impatience and curiosity were the true portrayal of the powerful beings at this moment. The powerful beings of today could be said to have lived under the shadow of the 12 ancestral magi. Thinking back to those days when the 12 ancestral magi joined forces, they were truly invincible in the primitive land. Except for Tao ancestor Hongjun, no one could defeat them. Those who were their enemies. Except for the demon clan, everyone was silent. Thinking of the oppressive scenes in the past, the people naturally felt that the aura of the 12 ancestral magi was particularly obvious. They all wanted to know what had happened. Unfortunately, Great Emperor Ziwei was not someone to be trifled with. Spying on the boundless starry sky would inevitably cause him to be unhappy. How troublesome! The people hesitated for a moment. In the end, the curiosity in their hearts was greater than the fear in their hearts. Therefore, they released their divine senses and spied towards the boundless starry sky. How dare you! In the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen noticed the actions of the people and could not help but turn cold. Spying on someone else's dojo with divine senses was an act of disrespect for the owner. It was a blatant provocation. It seems that I have been too low-key recently. So much so that some people have forgotten about my means. Infuriated by the actions of the people, Feng Zichen was about to activate the god Pangu so that he could annihilate all of the people's divine senses and teach them a lesson. However, before Feng Zichen could make a move, a loud voice resounded throughout the primitive land. Get lost. Suddenly, a vast and unparalleled holy aura erupted. It seemed to be able to crush everything, shattering the divine senses that the people released. That was the voice of Goddess Hood. She had made a move. That was right. Feng Zichen's actions were related to the resurrection of the ancestral magi. The Huda was even more concerned about him than Feng Zichen. The relationship between the 12 ancestors of sorcerers was no less than the brotherly relationship with Emperor Juntai and Fu Xinhua. It was such a friendship that after learning about Feng Zichen's plan, the Huda was extremely concerned about it and always paid attention to its progress. Now, seeing that everyone wanted to spy on the changes in the boundless starry sky, the Huda was afraid that someone would interfere. Therefore, how could she hold back? She directly attacked and annihilated everyone's divine senses as a warning. Humph! In order to achieve the effect of deterrence, the Huda mobilized the power of the tunnel. Therefore, even though everyone's strength had increased greatly recently, they could not help but suffer a little under this shout. They could not help but let out a muffled groan. It was also at this moment that everyone remembered that the 12 ancestral magi had not completely fallen. The Huda was still alive. After understanding this, everyone immediately became obedient and did not have any other thoughts. The closer one was to the realm of primordial chaos, the more they understood how terrifying the three Daos were. As the first saint of the tunnel, the Huda's strength was not as simple as it seemed. Perhaps she was the real first of the 7 saints. Forget it. Since the Huda goddess has already taken action, I will spare you today. In the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen silently withdrew his power. Since the trouble has been solved, it's time to refine the ancestral Magi Palace. With a wave of his sleeve, Feng Zichen mobilized the star power and refined the ancestral Magi Palace into the Khanate Tao source. Because this was to resurrect the 12 ancestral Magi, the ancestral Magi Palace did not resist at all and was refined by Feng Zichen. Next, success or failure will depend on this. After refining the ancestral Magi Palace, Feng Zichen could not help but take a deep breath. All the preparatory work had been completed. The next step was the most crucial step, which was to refine the Khanate Tao source into the ancestral Magi Palace. With Feng Zichen's current strength, it was difficult for him to do so. If he forced it, the ancestral Magi Palace would only be a half-finished product and would not be able to reach the level of a Khanate treasure. Therefore, this step, Feng Zichen needed to borrow external forces. Father God, today Zichen wants to build 12 divine palaces to suppress the primordial earth veins and protect the peace of heaven and earth. However, Zichen's strength is weak, so it is difficult for the divine palaces to be built. He needs to borrow the strength of the 12 ancestral magi. Therefore, today, on behalf of all living beings in the world, Zichen pleads for Father God to help me build the 12 divine palaces. After saying that, Feng Zichen respectfully took out the Pangu token, wizard token, held it above his head with both hands, bowed slightly, and bowed to the void. This was the external force that Feng Zichen wanted to borrow. With Pangu's ability, it would be easy for him to refine the ancestral Magi Palace, and it would be in the most perfect state. Of course, it was obviously impossible to ask Pangu to help with the resurrection of the 12 ancestral Magi. If it were not for the great Magi and demon war, how could the primordial world suffer such a catastrophe? This was a sin that the Magi and demon race could not wash away. Therefore, Feng Zichen begged Pangu to help with the excuse of protecting the primordial world. This was not a lie, this was the truth. Wasn't the purpose of building the 12 divine palaces to protect the primordial earth veins? As for resurrecting the 12 ancestral magi, that was just a side effect. As if listening to Feng Zichen's prayer, a mighty force suddenly descended from the unseen world. It was as if a cool breeze blew past, causing layers of ripples. Feng Zichen could not help but be in a trance for a moment. After that, when he came back to his senses, the mighty force had disappeared completely. At this moment, Feng Zichen vaguely felt that the surroundings seemed to be a little different. Surprised, Feng Zichen could not help but look at the connate source of Tao. Feng Zichen was especially shocked by what he saw. In front of him, there was no longer any connate source of Tao, but a very familiar divine palace quietly appeared there. Pangu's palace. That's right. What appeared in front of Feng Zichen was a divine palace that was exactly the same as the Pangu's palace. However, different from the Pangu's palace of the Magi tribe, the Pangu's palace in front of him was full of the aura of a connate supreme treasure. Obviously, it was a connate supreme treasure. But the original Pangu's palace did not leak any aura, isolated from the past, present, and future, independent of heaven and earth, as if it did not exist. It was more mysterious than the original. That's it? Looking at the Pangu's palace in front of him, Feng Zichen felt as if he was in a dream. It was too fast. This was a connate supreme treasure. In the blink of an eye, it was refined. Even if the materials were already prepared, it was too fast. It had to be said that the Pangu was the Pangu. His ability was far beyond the imagination of the world. However, this time, the Pangu's attack was obviously different from before. In the past, when did he not cause a huge commotion when he appeared? But this time, his attack was like a cool breeze, without the slightest sign. It was obviously different from before. What was the reason for the Pangu's change? However, this was not what Feng Zichen should be worried about. The most important thing now was to set up the ancestral Magi's palace. Split. With a thought, Feng Zichen took out the Pangu token, releasing endless light, shining on the Pangu's palace in front of him. Rumble. Under the illumination of the Pangu token, the Pangu's palace suddenly emitted endless rays of light, as bright as the sun, so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. After a long time, the light slowly faded. The Pangu's palace in front of him had long disappeared, turning into 12 majestic divine palaces. They were the 12 divine palaces. The Pangu's palace was divided into 12, and its level naturally fell. From the original connate supreme treasure, it fell to a high-grade connate spirit treasure. Chapter 613. The 12 upper-grade primordial spiritual treasures emitted shocking waves of energy. They lay across the boundless starry sky as if they could suppress everything. 12 capital heaven divine killing formation. After a moment of careful observation, Feng Zichen discovered that although the 12 divine halls were independent, their auras were still connected. Moreover, their positions faintly followed a certain path of the great Tao. As a result, although the 12 divine halls were only upper-grade primordial spiritual treasures, the aura they emitted together was no less than that of a primordial treasure. There was no doubt. This was the 12 capital heaven divine killing formation. Only the 12 capital heaven divine killing formation could have such a powerful ability to raise the strength of the person who set it up by a whole realm. The 12 divine halls of the Pangu divine hall, which was refined by Pangu himself, naturally controlled the 12 capital heaven divine killing formation. With the 12 divine halls suppressing the earth veins and the 12 capital heaven divine banners, the earth veins of the untainted land will be safe. Feeling the power of the 12 divine halls, Feng Zichen could not help but smile. It should be known that the combined power of the 12 divine halls was comparable to that of a primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. With the 12 capital heaven divine banners, their strength was bound to be further enhanced. At the very least, it was equivalent to 2 primordial chaos existences working together to protect the untainted land. And this was under the condition that the earth veins' own power was not added. The earth veins formed a large cycle of its own and evolved the shadow of the deity Pangu. It gave birth to infinite creation and possessed a certain degree of self-protection. The primordial spiritual qi refined by the earth veins was also a means to protect the earth veins. In the future, if anyone wanted to touch the earth veins, they would definitely pay the price. Phew, on the Ziwei star, Feng Zichen looked at the untainted land from afar and felt that everything was different. In the void, there seemed to be a faint breathing sound, which was in accordance with the rhythm of heaven and earth. It contained endless mystery and enchantment. That was the breathing sound of the deity Pangu. In the untainted land, as the endless earth veins flowed, a huge and blurry figure loomed over the entire eastern land. He was the god of Pangu. The Pangu god was created by the power of the earth veins. One could see that as the earth vein flowed, the god Pangu was also breathing. He was drawing in strands of chaotic energy from the outer realm and refining them into the earth vein to strengthen its source. At the same time, as the divine Pangu inhaled and exhaled, the negative auras that the sinkhole couldn't absorb, such as evil auras, were slowly absorbed and refined by the divine Pangu, becoming nutrients for the growth of the earth vein. Believe, as long as there is no more chaos in the primordial world in the future, with Pangu's godly abilities, he could definitely turn the untainted land into a holy land. Unfortunately, this was impossible. As long as there were benefits, there was bound to be competition. In the future, the primordial world would face countless calamities of all sizes. However, there was no doubt that as long as Pangu existed, he would delay the arrival of the immeasurable calamity. On the Emperor's star, Feng Zichen released his divine senses and probed the divine Pangu god on the primordial world. He used his divine senses to observe the world so that he could find a suitable place to place the 12 shrines. 100 years later, under the observation of his divine senses, Feng Zichen had already understood everything about the divine Pangu god. He finally found a suitable place to place the 12 shrines. That was the location of the 12 meridians of Pangu. It just so happened that a shrine suppressed a meridian to protect the peace of the earth vein. Fall. After confirming the location, Feng Zichen didn't hesitate and directly controlled the 12 shrines to land on the primordial world. Rumble. Endless starlight gathered and opened up a huge passage in the starry sky. 12 glorious shrines appeared from the passage and landed on the primordial world with a rumble. The aura of the witch ancestor spread out from his body, shocking the entire primordial world. What is that? Why does it look like the witch ancestor palace? The witch ancestor palace of the primordial spirit treasure level? Looking at the 12 shrines falling from the starry sky, no one dared to stop them even though they were very curious. Just by peeping at the boundless starry sky, they had already received a warning from Goddess Hutu. If they tried to stop this primordial spirit treasure that looked like the witch ancestor palace, Goddess Hutu would come knocking on their door. That would be troublesome. Bang! Soon, the 12 shrines sat on the ground and connected with the surrounding earth veins. Buzz, buzz. Inexplicably, the world seemed to tremble and transmit a sense of excitement. It seemed that the laws of the world had become much more active because of this. At the same time, with the return of the 12 shrines, the blurry Pangu celestial being became much more stable, and an inexplicable change took place. Wisps of chi of creation gushed out from his body, as if he was nurturing something. Go, do Tian Divine Banner. When the 12 shrines stabilized, Feng Zichen waved his hand and took out 12 Du Tian Divine Banners and put them into the 12 Witch Ancestor Palaces. In an instant, the primitive world changed again. Endless earth veins surged toward the Witch Ancestor Palace and poured into the Du Tian Divine Banner in the center of the palace. Whoosh! As the Du Tian Divine Banner trembled, a large amount of earth veins' energy was absorbed by it. Then, a divine light flashed and the 12 Du Tian Divine Banners disappeared. What replaced them were 12 terrifying gods and demons of different forms. The 12 Witch Ancestors. At this moment, if someone walked into the Witch Ancestor Palace, he would realize that the gods and demons that appeared in the palace were the 12 Witch Ancestors. However, they were all in a strange state at this moment. Although they had the appearance of the Witch Ancestors, they seemed to be in a daze. They had form but no spirit. It was referring to them. That was right. How could it be so easy for powerful figures like the 12 ancestral sorcerers to return? This time, the Du Tian Divine Banner borrowed the power of the earth veins and evolved the physical bodies of the Witch Ancestors. However, the primordial undying true spirits of the 12 Witch Ancestors had been completely shattered. It was not so easy to reform them. Therefore, the 12 Witch Ancestors in front of him were in a daze. They did not have true spirits. The revival of the true spirits, unless the heavenly axiom intervened, could only wait for them to slowly reform. Boom! As soon as the 12 Witch Ancestors appeared, their terrifying aura swept out and almost suppressed everything. Are the Witch Ancestors back? Everyone was shocked by this aura and almost thought that the 12 Witch Ancestors had revived and returned. However, as this aura flashed and disappeared, they quickly realized what had happened. However, this discovery did not make their mood much better. In their hearts, they already knew that with the establishment of the Witch Ancestor Palace, the return of the 12 Witch Ancestors was a foregone conclusion. The only consolation was that it would take a long time for them to completely return. And during this period, they might be able to widen the gap between them and the Witch Ancestors. Feng Zichen did not know how everyone was feeling, but he was in a good mood. Under the support of the earth veins, the 12 Witch Ancestors' avatars each had a combat power that was infinitely close to the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. In fact, when they unleashed their full strength, they could even rival the existence of the primordial chaos for a short period of time. With them protecting the primordial earth veins, even the demon ancestor Rahu would not be able to destroy them in a short period of time. From now on, there was no need to worry about the earth veins. Other than Feng Zichen, there were two other people who were very happy about the reappearance of the 12 Witch Ancestors. They were the two remaining Witch Ancestors of the Witch Clan, Witch Xianming and Goddess Hutu. The two of them had not died, so there was no way to talk about resurrection. Logically speaking, the Witch Ancestor Palace was useless to them. However, in reality, the Witch Ancestor Palace's corresponding avatars of the Witch Ancestor Palace were connected to them and could be treated as their avatars. These days, who would dislike having too many avatars? Especially Hutu. She had felt guilty because she had sacrificed herself to reincarnate and caused the 12 divine beings' wraith formation to be incomplete. Now, with the help of the earth veins, she had condensed an avatar of the Witch Ancestor Palace. For her, it was an opportunity to make up for a regret. With this avatar, the perfect 12 divine beings' wraith formation could reappear in the primordial world in the future. The significance of this matter to Hutu could be imagined. The Witch Ancestor Palace. The Du Tian Divine Banner. The power of the earth veins. Under the coordination of God Pangu, the three of them formed a subtle cycle, causing God Pangu to become more and more magical. One could see that in God Pangu's body, wisps of creation aura were born. They were hidden in various parts of the primordial world, silently lurking, as if they were waiting for something. These creation auras were God Pangu's gifts to the world. If nothing unexpected happened, in the future, these creation auras would either transform into innate spiritual objects or innate life forms under the nurturing of God Pangu. In fact, they could even transform into innate god fiends or innate spirit treasures in the postnatal era. Pangu was the most merciful. He could not bear to completely cut off the hope of all living beings. Therefore, he deliberately left a trace of opportunity for all living beings to help them achieve the Khanate Tao. Feng Zichen could understand this, and he did not care. These opportunities seemed to be quite a lot, but in the entire Eastern land, they were a little small. Moreover, these opportunities were only useful to some low-level cultivators. They were useless to Daluo Jingxian. Therefore, this matter did not affect Feng Zichen's plan at all. Of course, he did not care. Moreover, it was good to leave a trace of hope for all living beings. This could promote the development of the younger generation of the 10,000 races and bring enough pressure to the younger generation of the human race to force them to work hard in their cultivation. Be vigilant in times of peace. Without pressure, where would the motivation come from? The opponents of the human race had never been the 10,000 races of the primordial world, but the demon race, the Western sect, and these forces that stood at the top of the primordial world. If they stopped because of some achievements, then in the future, how could they surpass the peak of the shaman and demon race and get rid of the control of the saints? The human race needed pressure to force them to continue to improve and become stronger. Sigh. What a pity! The current God Pangu is still not perfect. If the heavenly temple is established and the boundless starry sky is connected to the primordial world, then God Pangu will definitely reach an extremely perfect level and bring more changes to the primordial world. On the Emperor's star, Feng Zichen sighed. At this moment, the foundation of the human race had not been firmly established. It was really not a good time to establish the heavenly temple. Otherwise, if the 10,000 races used this to get rid of the human race, it would really be lifting a rock and smashing its own feet. In the end, it was still because the human race's foundation was not deep enough. If the human race was strong enough, why would they have so many scruples? Just like the shaman race, they could directly push through. The current human race, there was no lack of top-notch experts, nor was there a lack of low-level cultivators. The only thing they lacked was middle-level cultivators who could shoulder the burden. If they wanted to make up for this, they could only spend a lot of time nurturing them. They could not rush it at all. Therefore, what the human race lacked the most was the most worthless time in the primordial world. After the disaster of the innate baleful aura was resolved, the 10,000 races could finally truly cultivate and recuperate. Of course, the process of the world becoming easier also sped up. It was also at this time that the path of the God Fiend finally welcomed its most glorious moment. In order to protect their innate bloodline, the 10,000 races competed to cultivate the path of the God Fiend, causing the path of the God Fiend to gradually flourish in the primordial world, overshadowing the mainstream immortal Tao of the primordial world in one fell swoop. As a result, the luck of the path of the God Fiend soared. It was precisely because of this influence that as the founder of the path of the God Fiend, Feng Zichen received the blessing of luck from the unseen world, and his injuries recovered by more than half. It would probably take a long time for him to completely recover from his injuries and break through to the primordial Daluo Jingxian realm. This was undoubtedly tens of thousands of years faster than the recovery time he had estimated. In fact, Feng Zichen had a vague feeling, as long as the 5 elements Celestial Emperor reached perfection, he could use this opportunity to break through to the primordial Daluo Jingxian realm in one fell swoop. In other words, the return of the 5 elements Celestial Emperor was Feng Zichen's opportunity to reach the primordial chaos realm. What was the primordial chaos realm? That was it. Now, the Azure Emperor Fuxi was already in place, and Shen Nong was about to reach perfection. He was about to ascend to the heavens to replace Fuxi as the new Celestial Emperor. One of the 5 Celestial Emperors was about to reach perfection. There were still 4 Celestial Emperors left before Feng Zichen could reach the Tao. According to the agreement made by Fuxi, The term of the 5 elements celestial emperor was only 1 million years. According to this calculation, more than 4 million years later, it was the day Feng Zichen reached the Tao. For million years. If it was in the future, it would naturally be an extremely long period of time. However, in the present, it was nothing. For some existences, it was just the time to sleep. For million years was very short. After the earth veins were sorted out, Shennong finally obtained the approval of the patriarchs of the 10,000 races and became the new generation of the 10,000 races. Under this influence, the status of the human race also rose. There was a faint trend of becoming the leader of the 10,000 races. Shennong was benevolent, and his virtue was as resplendent as the sun, illuminating the entire primordial world. The 10,000 races were bathed in his kindness. It was precisely this character that allowed the 10,000 races to truly live in harmony under Shennong's rule, and there were very few disputes. Under the harmony of the 10,000 races, they also allowed the various races to marry each other to show their friendship. Because the human race was born with a Tao body, they were the most popular in the primordial world. Therefore, the intermarriage between the human race and other races was also the most. Chapter 614. It was precisely under such circumstances that many branches of the human race were born. For example, the naturally powerful magihumans, the winged people, or the fire spirits who were born with the ability to control flames, the lightning spirits who were born with the ability to control lightning. In short, all kinds of branches of the human race were active in the primordial land. But in the end, they still belonged to the human race. Under the governance of Shennong, they lived in peace and contentment. Similarly, all kinds of powerful branches appeared, which also caused the strength of the human race to soar in a short period of time. As a result, the strength of the human race completely suppressed all the other races. Of course, other than these, there was another reason that caused the strength of the human race to soar. That was the heavenly cycle temple. Originally, under the suppression of the heavenly cycle temple, the human territory had formed its own body. It contained endless creation and was a level higher than the outside world. And as the primordial land veins were sorted out, the Pangu god was formed. The Pangu god in the outside world actually faintly resonated with the little Pangu god in the human territory. Under the resonance of the two, a miraculous change occurred in the human territory. The trend of the world becoming more stable slowed down. The laws of heaven and earth were also more active than before. This made it easier for the human cultivators to cultivate than before. However, this was not the biggest change. The biggest change was the heavenly cycle temple. Under the influence of this inexplicable change, the effect of the heavenly cycle temple was maximized. Its original level that was comparable to the Khanate era was further improved, and there was a faint trend of evolving into a blessed land. It was easier for cultivators below Daluo Jingxian to cultivate here than in the outside world. It was under such circumstances that the strength of the human race increased rapidly. It was almost the same for 10,000 years. In the blink of an eye, the sea turned into mulberry fields. Hundreds of thousands of years slowly flowed past. At this time, it had been 900,000 years since Shennong ascended the throne. In other words, Shennong's rule had reached the end. The new emperor of the human race. It was time for him to be born. On the emperor's star, Feng Zichen suddenly opened his eyes. He formed a seal with his hands and cast a supreme technique to send the Khanate indestructible true spirit, which was wrapped in the imperial purple qi, into the reincarnation passage. That was the true spirit of the ancient human emperor, the Zhou clan. Today, he would enter the cycle of reincarnation and be reincarnated as the new emperor of the human race, leading the human race to glory. In ancient times, the human race was born. The three sovereigns, ancestors, came into being. Emperor Sui Suiren ignited the torch and started civilization for the human race. The Zihuangzi clan used the leaves to cover their bodies and opened up the shame of the human race. In the Chaohuang, The Cho clan built a wooden nest to protect the human race from harm. These three. He was the ancestor of humanity and also the emperor of humanity. Since he had made great contributions to the human race, he should enjoy the limitless and immeasurable karmic position. One day, in the human territory, beside the Jishue River, the silhouette of a divine dragon floated in the air, creating a shocking phenomenon. It was also on this day that Xianyuan was born. Xianyuan was the son of Xiaodian. His surname was Gongsun, and his name was Xianyuan. He was born as a god. He was weak and eloquent. He was young and strong. He was smart and smart. He was known as a peerless genius. Xianyuan was born less than 1,000 years ago. He had cultivated to the realm of Tai Jingxian and transformed into a Khanate god-fiend. He was known as the #1 genius of the human race. Xinnong cherished his talent and recruited him to teach him personally. It was as if he was training Xianyuan as his successor. When the younger generation of the myriad races saw this, they were all jealous. Therefore, they all came to the human race and challenged Xianyuan to see what he had to be chosen as the successor by His Majesty, the Emperor of Earth. In response to this, Xinnong did not stop them and allowed the younger generation experts to challenge Xianyuan. He wanted to use everyone's hands to sharpen Xianyuan. In the tens of thousands of years that followed, Xianyuan spent almost all his time in battle. From the younger generation to the middle-aged generation, as well as the older generation, he fought all of them. Even in the heaven realm and the nether realm, there were geniuses who heard of Xinnong's name and came to the untainted land to fight Xianyuan. Xianyuan was the reincarnation of Daluo Jingxian. He was also protected by the imperial purple qi. In addition, he was nurtured by the human race. It could be said that his foundation was extremely deep. Therefore, after countless battles, not only did he not taste defeat, but he became braver and braver. He was vaguely known as the #1 of Tai Jingxian. In the year 920,000 of the Emperor of Earth's calendar, Nuwa sent a decree from the heavens to arrange a marriage for Xinnong. The woman was Fairy Golden Phoenix of Palace Wa. This was a relationship that Suiren had formed when he was cultivating in Palace Wa. In the year 930,000 of the Emperor of Earth's calendar, Golden Phoenix gave birth to a daughter for Xinnong. In the year 95th of the Emperor of Earth's calendar, in order to prove the Tao of Daluo Jingxian, the Empress Princess and Xianyuan traveled to Donghuang together to try their own opportunities. It was also at this time that Feng Zichen, who was in seclusion on the Emperor's Star, suddenly had an ominous feeling in his heart. He saw a huge black hand suddenly appear in front of him, emitting an ominous aura that covered everything. Sudden inspiration. A long-awaited sudden inspiration. Compared to any of the previous times, it was a stronger impulse. It had already evolved into a vision in his heart. How could it not be strong? What? The sudden change caused Feng Zichen to wake up from his enlightenment. Black hand? Black hand behind the scenes? Is someone plotting against the human race? After coming back to his senses, Feng Zichen thought to himself. The shadow of the black hand appeared in his heart. These signs were already very obvious. Someone was plotting against the human race behind the scenes. This is troublesome. Rubbing his head, Feng Zichen had to end his seclusion early to focus on finding the identity of the black hand behind the scenes. It's also strange. Now that the human race is prospering and has the potential to crush everything, it's the time when their luck is at its peak. Aren't they afraid of the backlash of their luck to plot against the human race at this time? Curious about the plan of the black hand behind the scenes, Feng Zichen followed the feeling in his heart and began to use the great Yen divine technique to deduce with all his might, trying to figure out the identity of the black hand behind the scenes. In the end, of course, there was no surprise. He didn't deduce anything. That's right. If it was so easy to deduce, there would be no need for Feng Zichen to do it himself. Forget it. If I can't deduce it, then I won't deduce it for now. Let me see the changes in the human race first. With a thought, Feng Zichen cast a gaze in the direction of the human race. In an instant, a gaze pierced through the air, piercing through endless space and time. It set off waves of ripples and landed on the human race's torch. Buzz. The torch swayed quietly, and endless information flew out from it, following Feng Zichen's gaze and entering his mind. In just an instant, Feng Zichen understood the changes in the human race over the years. The signs of great prosperity. Overall, Feng Zichen was quite satisfied with the changes in the human race over the years. From the current spirit of the human race, he could already see the signs of dominating the primordial world. How could he not be satisfied? It was just that, the girl went to the East Sea. Is this the legendary Jing wave filling the sea? When he learned that the girl and Xinyuan were going to the East Sea, Feng Zichen felt his heart palpitate, as if he had a bad feeling. After connecting it to the myths of later generations, how could he not understand what was going to happen? However, there was one thing that he was very puzzled about. The current human race was no longer the human race in Feng Zichen's impression. It was the same for the dragon race. History had long changed. The dragon race and the human race were unbreakable allies. In this way, why would the crown prince of the dragon race attack the daughter of the human emperor? Moreover, not to mention why the crown prince of the dragon race would attack, even the current girl was very different from the legends of later generations. Her father was the human emperor, Shenong, and his cultivation was unfathomable. Her mother was the first golden phoenix of the primordial world, and her cultivation was at least in the realm of sage-to-be. As their descendant, the girl could be said to be blessed by heaven. She was born as a connate god-fiend with the cultivation of a golden immortal. And now, after tens of thousands of years of cultivation, the girl's realm had reached the peak of Tai Jingxian and was about to break through the realm of Daluo Jingxian. In addition, by her side, there was Xinyuan, a half-step Daluo Jingxian existence. Therefore, if they wanted to plot against the girl, they would at least have to send out an expert at the level of Daluo. However, Feng Zichen didn't think that the dragon race would send out a dragon at the level of Daluo Jingxian to deal with the girl. This didn't make sense at all. The dragon race had no reason to attack their allies. Even if the dragon race wanted to tear up the agreement with the human race, it would have to be the ancestral dragon himself. The other dragons didn't have the right to do so. However, no matter how much Feng Zichen didn't believe it in his heart, the results of his several deductions were telling him that the girl was indeed in danger of dying. I'm afraid there's something fishy about this. Could it be that someone wants to use this to destroy the relationship between the human race and the dragon race? With that thought, Feng Zichen had a guess in his heart. No matter what, as long as the girl died at the hands of the dragon race, it would definitely cause a huge rift in the relationship between the human race and the dragon race. The girl was the daughter of the human emperor. If she died at the hands of the dragon race, then the human race would have to ask the dragon race for an explanation no matter what. The dragon race would have to give this explanation even if they didn't want to. If it was the dragon clan that killed the girl, their status would also be extremely noble. Then, the dragon race, who had always been protective, might not let him pay with his life. And this would become the fuse that would break the relationship between the human race and the dragon race. The person behind the scenes might have such a plan. Moreover, according to his plan, if nothing unexpected happens, the chances of this person's plan succeeding are very high. However, he didn't know about my existence, so there was a huge mistake. Secretly, Feng Zichen followed his own guess and used the power of Hongmeng Daozhong and the Jade Disc of Good Fortune to deduce the plan of the person behind the scenes. What a good scheme. If he really succeeds, then the human race will be in big trouble. However, judging from the method of the person behind the scenes to conceal the secrets of heaven, even if his cultivation hasn't stepped into the realm of primordial chaos, he's not far away. A person with such a cultivation level doesn't cultivate properly to achieve the great path, but comes out to plot against the human race. What is he planning? After learning about the other party's plan, Feng Zichen didn't feel relieved. Instead, he was even more puzzled. The prosperity of the human race was driven by the way of the heavens. Anyone who obstructed the prosperity of the human race was going against the heavens and had a worrying ending. This person's cultivation level was so high that he could not understand this. But even so, he still put the plan to obstruct the human race into action. How should he put it? This person either had some amazing plan or had some irreconcilable hatred for the human race. It's really strange. Where did this bastard come from? After thinking for a long time, Feng Zichen couldn't figure out who was plotting against the human race. He couldn't help but be secretly annoyed. I don't care who you are. Since you want to plot against girl, then I'll follow behind her. As long as you dare to make a move, you will definitely reveal a flaw. With a thought, Feng Zichen left Ziwei Star and rushed to Emperor Nvoi's palace to look for Ao Shui. It was related to the dragon race. It was better to bring Ao Shui along. Besides, he and Ao Shui hadn't traveled to the East Sea for many years. They could take advantage of this opportunity to visit their old home. Rumble. On this day, violent fluctuations suddenly erupted in the East Sea. It was as if there were primordial chaos experts fighting. A terrifying power swept out, making everyone breathless. On the other hand, the primordial world was not affected because of the suppression of the 12 shrines. The East Sea was suspected to be a battle between primordial chaos experts. Naturally, it attracted the attention of the primordial chaos experts immediately. Swish, 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 almost instantly, terrifying gazes looked towards the East Sea. There were two extremely blurry figures that were constantly intertwining. Is it Great Emperor Ziwei? Then, who is the other person? Feng Zichen didn't hide his identity, so everyone could recognize him. However, unlike Feng Zichen, the other person seemed to be a little secretive. His entire body was enveloped by an inexplicable Dao rune, making it impossible for people to recognize his origin. Die. Just as everyone was guessing the identity of that person, in the heavenly court, Qing Emperor Fuxi mobilized all the power of the heavenly realm and attacked that person. Rumble. At this moment, that person was fighting with Feng Zichen with all his might. When he realized that Fuxi had attacked, it was too late for him to dodge. However, this person was also a decisive person. Seeing that he couldn't dodge Fuxi's attack, he detonated his body on the spot. Boom. Violent power erupted, wanting to destroy everything. In order to protect the East Sea, Feng Zichen had to withdraw to suppress the power generated by that person's self-detonation. Fuxi's palm that fell from the sky had to change its direction and help Feng Zichen suppress the violent power. That person's innate indestructible true spirit took this opportunity to leave calmly. Be *starred. Feng Zichen wanted to make him stay, but the power of the self-detonation was too great, so he couldn't escape. He could only watch that person leave. Your Majesty, don't worry, we're coming. When the experts who were watching saw that person self-detonate, they knew that something was wrong. Therefore, they rushed to the East Sea almost without hesitation to help Feng Zichen quell the disaster. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, the Dragon Emperor and the experts of the Aqua clan also appeared and joined in. Hundreds of experts worked together and erupted with unimaginable power. Soon, the disaster that almost affected the entire East Sea was wiped out. Oh my God. Hundreds. How can there be so many experts in the primordial world? Chapter 6:15. After the calamity subsided, Feng Zichen glanced around and found that there were hundreds of top-notch great mediums around him. This really gave him a fright. When did so many experts appear in the primordial world? Was this still the primordial world that he was familiar with? If there were so many great mediums in the primordial world in ancient times, how could the shaman and demon race be so arrogant? Perhaps even a saint would have his hands and feet tied when doing things. It seems that the appearance of these strange great mediums is the result of the last tribulation of the chaos demon god. After thinking carefully, Feng Zichen understood what was going on. There was no lack of experts in the primordial world. Especially after Dao ancestor Hongjun preached in the Purple Cloud Palace, there was no lack of experts in the primordial world. However, these experts were determined to pursue the Dao. Fame and fortune were nothing to them. They only had the great Dao in their eyes. They were all true ascetic cultivators. It was precisely because of this that after Tao ancestor Hong Jun finished preaching, these experts all went into seclusion to pursue the Tao. However, their powerful strength eventually attracted the attention of the chaos demon god, and they were forced to be involved in the previous tribulation of possession. Due to this, after the tribulation of possession, their strength improved greatly. They all saw the possibility of taking a step forward on their previous path. For this reason, they walked out of their seclusion and came to the primordial world. They once again stepped into the mortal world to verify their path of Tao. And that was the reason why a large number of great mediums suddenly appeared in the primordial world. The great mediums who lived in seclusion were walking out of their seclusion one after another and joining the primordial world stage to show their existence. Change. There had never been a change since ancient times. Many experts appeared together. The power hidden in the dark of the primordial world gradually surfaced to show the most complete side of the primordial world. At the same time, this was also a great era. It was even more brilliant than when the shaman and demon race fought for hegemony in ancient times. The heroes fought for hegemony, each with their own style. Fellow Taoists, do you know the origin of that person? Suppressing the fluctuating emotions in his heart, Feng Zichen asked everyone softly. The identity of the person behind the scenes was mysterious, and Feng Zichen could not recognize him at all. But just because he couldn't recognize it didn't mean that the others couldn't either. There were only so many experts in the untainted land. Almost all of them were famous. There were no great mediums without any background. Feng Zichen was young, so he didn't know much about the experts from the ancient, and immemorial era. However, they were all experts from ancient times. They had a clear understanding of the experts of the untainted land. It was very likely that they could recognize the origin of that person. It was still the same sentence. Once it existed, there would be traces left behind. Unless they transcended everything, they would definitely leave some influence on others. Half-step primordial chaos existences weren't cabbages that could be found on the roadside. Hearing this, a few great divines who were more familiar with Feng Zichen couldn't help but frown. It seems familiar, but also unfamiliar. That person is very cautious. The divine abilities he uses are all clearly concealed, making it impossible for others to see through his true origins. But there is no complete secret technique in the world. Although that person tries his best to hide, Poor Wei and the others can still vaguely see some traces of the Purple Cloud Palace from his methods. In other words, that person must be one of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace back then. However, seeing this is already the limit of Poor Wei and the others. As for the true identity of that person, Poor Wei and the others can't do anything about it. After a while, Zhen Yuanzi explained to Feng Zichen. The 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace? Hearing this, Feng Zichen roughly understood what was going on. The experts who had escaped from the world might not necessarily be on their side. It was not impossible to stand on the opposite side of them and be their enemy. Wasn't that the person just now? I'm sorry to trouble you, fellow Taoists. This information is enough. Feng Zichen's heart was full of twists and turns, but his expression didn't change at all. He thanked everyone. It's okay. You're welcome, Your Majesty. Poor Wei and the others didn't help much. Zhen Yuanzi and the others shook their heads and said politely, since there's no problem here, Poor Wei and the others will take their leave first. Just as they were chatting, the other powerful figures saw that the disaster had been resolved and left one after another. Then, Zhen Yuanzi and the others who Feng Zichen was familiar with also left one after another. Hee. Interesting. The primordial world is getting more and more interesting. Looking at the figures of the leaving crowd, Feng Zichen sneered in his heart. Perhaps Zhen Yuanzi and the others really didn't recognize the origin of that person, but among the hundreds of powerful figures present, there were definitely people who recognized the origin of that person. However, that person didn't intend to tell Feng Zichen about it. In the end, the reason was still for benefits. Not everyone was happy to see the human race become more and more prosperous. The destiny of heaven and earth was limited. The more the human race occupied, the less other places occupied. Just this point alone affected the interests of too many people. Therefore, for the sake of their own interests, they might not dare to go against the general trend, but they could still secretly hinder the development of the human race. Scheming against the girl was the beginning of everything. Sigh. What an eventful year. After everyone left, Feng Zichen didn't leave. He stood above the East Sea with his hands behind his back, as if he was thinking about something. He was recalling the appearance of the powerful figures present, trying to see the connection between them and that person from their expressions. Since they were from the Purple Cloud Palace, it was hard to guarantee that they didn't have a few comrades. Perhaps the plan against the human race this time wasn't carried out by one person, but by many people working together. As expected, I can't tell. After recalling it several times in his mind, Feng Zichen still didn't find any problems. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. That was true. Everyone was smart. How could they make such a low-level mistake? In the 950th year of the Earth Emperor calendar, when the Empress concubine and the human Shenyuan were traveling in the East Sea, they were attacked by a mysterious expert. At the time of the incident, several powerful cultivators came to his rescue, and a world-shaking battle erupted between them and the attackers. The process of this battle was unknown. Everyone only knew the result. The Empress concubine mysteriously disappeared, and Shenyuan was seriously injured and on the verge of death. For a moment, all the races were in an uproar. They all cursed the attacker for his treachery. There were even some people with ulterior motives who pointed the finger at Shenyuan. They thought that it was because he didn't protect her well that the Empress concubine mysteriously disappeared. There were also some conspirators who thought that this matter was all planned by Shenyuan. He was using this opportunity to get rid of the Empress concubine to ensure his position as the successor. These remarks, under the guidance of some people, they quickly spread throughout the races, causing people's hearts to fluctuate. Under this influence, Shenyuan, who was recuperating, had a great impact on his reputation. He had a faint tendency to be criticized by everyone. The person behind the scenes, he wanted to kill people with rumors. In the end, these rumors even alarmed the Earth Emperor, Shenong. Shenong had no choice but to personally come forward and clarify the matter for Shenyuan. Only then did he suppress the rumors. However, the seeds of disaster and chaos had already been planted. They took root in the hearts of everyone and were waiting for the passage of time to slowly take root and sprout. It was true that Shenyuan was seriously injured, but the girl didn't go missing. She was brought back to the palace of Empress Hua by Ao Shui. Now that the situation in the primordial world was unpredictable, it was inevitable that the girl would become the target of the person behind the scenes if she continued to stay in the human race. Therefore, Feng Zichen directly asked Ao Shui to take the girl away to completely solve Shenong's weakness. And Feng Zichen carried out this matter in secret. Other than informing Shenong, he didn't tell anyone else. In fact, even the news of the girl's mysterious disappearance, it was all released by Feng Zichen. In order to make things more realistic, he even personally forged the secrets of heaven and confirmed the mysterious disappearance of the girl. Now, anyone who tried to deduce the whereabouts of the girl could only get the answer that Feng Zichen wanted them to know. This was also the reason why the myriad races didn't suspect the authenticity of the girl's disappearance. In their deduction, the girl was secretly exiled by a mysterious attacker. That's right. From a certain perspective, the situation that Shenyuan was facing now, a large part of the reason was Feng Zichen. This was fishing. Feng Zichen wanted to use this matter to fish out all the undercurrents hidden in the human race. Then, Shenyuan would come forward and wipe them out one by one. And this was Xuanyuan's contribution. Wipe out the myriad races and unify the primordial world. This is the hidden danger of the human race. What a headache. It's the most heart-wrenching to fight against one's own family. On the Emperor's Star, Feng Zichen silently watched the primordial world and saw everything. Naturally, everything that was happening to the human race couldn't be hidden from him. Not only that, but he also saw the secret plans of the myriad races. This was the benefit of being powerful. He could see through people's hearts, understand karma, foresee danger in advance, and so on. It was almost impossible for there to be any conspiracy that could hurt them. Often, as soon as the living beings had bad thoughts, they would immediately be sensed by the powerful beings and be on guard. Now, Feng Zichen was personally supervising the myriad races. No matter how tightly they hid, they would never be able to hide from Feng Zichen. The battle between the mutants and the pure-blooded humans? Under Feng Zichen's gaze, the plans of the myriad races gradually surfaced. That was to provoke a conflict between the mutants and the pure-blooded humans. Under the pressure of the 2 generations of human emperors, the myriad races gradually lost their ambition to compete with the human race. But under the drive of interest, they also had other thoughts. For example, they supported the human race, who had the bloodline of their own race, to ascend to the position of human emperor. In this way, the new human emperor would naturally be biased towards them, causing their status to rise. If Xianyuan ascended to the position of human emperor, then Xianyuan, who was a pure-blooded human, would never have any bias towards the myriad races. Not to mention benefiting from it, it would be good enough if he didn't suppress them. Therefore, the myriad races definitely didn't want Xianyuan to become the successor of Shenong. They had to think of a way to get Xianyuan down to support the person they chose. In this situation, the pure-blooded humans would never allow it. As for the variant bloodline, they were naturally happy to see this happen. As the latest powerful force to rise within the human race, they had long desired the power of the human race. The change of the human emperor was the best opportunity for them to get their hands on the power of the human race. It was not difficult to understand the thoughts of the mutants. They were all humans. Why was the power of the human race in the hands of the pure-blooded humans and not in the hands of the mutants? The pure-blooded humans had controlled the power of the human race for so long. It was time for them to step down and let the mutants take over. This was the impact of the new force on the old force. It was also a power struggle within the human race. The myriad races wanted to support the mutants, while the mutants wanted to seize the power of the human race. The two hit it off. In addition to the bloodline connection, they would naturally work closely together. What about the pure-blooded humans? Of course, they would not sit back and watch all of this happen. They would definitely take action to curb the development of the mutants. This kind of matter was fundamentally irreconcilable between the two sides. In the end, it would definitely become a war that would affect the entire primordial world. No one could stop it. This was also the last great calamity before the human race became the overlord of the world. And this great calamity might be what the mastermind behind the scenes wanted. The great calamity would definitely be accompanied by great chaos. And the more chaotic the primordial world was, the greater the chance to take advantage of the situation. Since we can't stop it, let's do it. A battle to determine the future of the primordial world. On the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen gradually made up his mind. In this civil strife of the human race, he was undoubtedly on the side of the pure-blooded humans. It was not that he had any opinions about the mutants. In fact, whether it was the pure-blooded humans or the mutants, as long as they had the human race in their hearts, Feng Zichen treated them all equally. And in this civil strife, the reason why Feng Zichen stood on the side of the pure-blooded humans was undoubtedly because the mutants had touched the reverse scale of the human race. If the mutants used their own abilities to oust Xianyuan and even the pure-blooded humans, then Feng Zichen would have nothing to say. This was their own ability. With their own powerful strength, they had won everything for themselves. Who could say otherwise? The pure-blooded humans were inferior to others, so there was nothing to complain about. But now, in order to fight for the power of the human race, the mutants did not hesitate to join forces with the 10,000 races. This was something that Feng Zichen could not tolerate no matter what. Behind closed doors, it was their own business how they fought. But if outsiders were to join forces to bully their own people, that would be a taboo. The actions of the mutants were obviously joining forces with outsiders to bully their own people. To put it nicely, they were blinded by greed. To put it bluntly, they were helping outsiders. In order to seize power, they did not hesitate to join forces with outsiders to bully their own people. How could Feng Zichen dare to let them steal the power of the human race and control the right to speak of the human race? The mutants were also brainless. If they attracted the 10,000 races today, weren't they afraid that they would not be able to get rid of them in the future? Moreover, from the attitude of the mutants towards the 10,000 races, if they were to gain power in the future, they would definitely be close to the 10,000 races and stay away from the pure-blooded humans. This was the rhythm of dividing the human race. They already believed in their hearts that they were different from the pure-blooded humans. Chapter 616. In the end, between the mutants and the pure-blooded humans, there was still a fundamental difference. The pure-blooded humans, both the paternal and maternal families were pure-blooded humans. What about the mutants? Other than the paternal pure-blooded human bloodline, they also had the strength of the maternal bloodline. That was the most fundamental difference. Sigh. Since you intend to use external forces to interfere with the change of power of the human race, don't blame me for being ruthless. I hope that this time, I can teach you a lesson. Strength, only when it belongs to oneself can one be completely at ease. Sighing softly, Feng Zichen already had a comprehensive plan in his heart. With a thought, the incarnation of Fengdu in the netherworld immediately sensed it and immediately walked out of the bedroom to visit the Hutu in the Hall of Reincarnation. Empress, poor Wei wants to borrow someone from you. In the Hall of Reincarnation, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu said to the Hutu with a smile. You want to borrow someone from me? That's really strange. Tell me, who do you want to borrow? Hearing Fengdu's request, the Hutu felt that it was very strange and said to him with a smile. Ignoring the Hutu's teasing, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu said directly. During the battle between the liches and demons, Wu Shisan was the weakest. Therefore, the moment the 12 divine wraith formation was broken, he was directly killed by the backlash. Because he died too quickly, Feng Zichen did not manage to collect his true spirit fragments. However, Feng Zichen could not collect them, but the Hutu, who was always thinking about the witch clan, could definitely collect them. Even if the Hutu could not collect them at that time, she had the only chaos treasure of the primordial world, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. With this convenience, and after such a long time, she should have collected them by now. Therefore, it was definitely right to ask the Hutu for Wu Shisan's innate true spirit. 13th brother? Why do you want to borrow him? At this moment, the Hutu was curious and asked Fengdu in confusion. In her impression, she did not have any memories of Feng Zichen dealing with Wu Shisan. Even if they were unrelated, why did he want to borrow them? Give him an opportunity. It's also a great achievement for Xian Yuan. The Fengdu Ghost Emperor said with a smile. Pausa. Hutu frowned and asked in confusion. Next, Fengdu told the Lady of Earth about the current situation of the human race and Feng Zichen's plan. You mean to let 13th brother reincarnate into the Magihuman tribe and become the leader of the Magihumans? Then, with your own strength, you will unify the non-human tribes so that you can lead the experts of all the races to compete for the throne of the human emperor with Xian Yuan, the candidate that you have chosen. After hearing Feng Zichen's plan, Hutu was even more confused. Although Xian Yuan was not bad, how could he be a match for Wu Shisan? If the two of them fought, wouldn't that be tantamount to giving up the throne? If that was the case, what was Feng Zichen after? That was why Hutu was puzzled. Fengdu Ghost Emperor nodded, indicating that Hutu was right. But why? Hutu felt that things weren't that simple and continued to ask. Of course it's to wipe out the myriad races in one fell swoop. At this moment, Fengdu Ghost Emperor said in a deep voice. Then, without waiting for Hutu to ask, he took the initiative to say, therefore, the battle between Wu Shisan and Xian Yuan can only be lost, not won. That's right. Feng Zichen's plan was to act out a wave of mutants and all the races. If he let Wu Shisan reincarnate as a human and become the leader of the mutants, then wouldn't the internal strife of the human race be controlled by him, Feng Zichen? Both sides are my people. What do you have to fight with me? He was able to casually arrange the 10,000 races and make arrangements for them. So, you're borrowing people from me. Is it to act with you? Huda shook her head and laughed. That's right. This matter can help Xinyuan and also give Wu Shisan a great opportunity. It's killing two birds with one stone. I hope that the Empress will agree. Fengdu Ghost Emperor nodded and asked Hutu solemnly. Feng Zichen, let's not talk about anything else. Are you so confident that I will cooperate with you to act? You have to know that that's the human emperor. The immortal and indestructible quasi-saint karma position. His status is comparable to that of a saint. Aren't you afraid that I'll make the act real and let Shisan snatch the position of the human emperor from Xinyuan? Huda seemed to find it interesting. She looked straight into Fengdu Ghost Emperor's eyes and said word by word. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. If the Empress has such an intention, I naturally won't refuse. I'm even happy to fulfill it. Wu Shisan has a noble status. If he becomes the human emperor, it will definitely increase the foundation of the human race. What reason do I have to refuse? It's just that, I can agree. But the Empress, are you willing? Suddenly, Fengdu Ghost Emperor laughed loudly and said in a clear voice. Wu Shisan was formed from the essence blood of the 12 witches. He was the top innate god fiend with the potential of the primordial chaos. If such a person was given enough time, his future could be said to be limitless. If such a person became the human emperor, Feng Zichen really had no reason to refuse. One had to know that the human emperor was different from other humans. This was the karmic position of heaven and earth that was specially created by the heavenly Tao in order to prosper the human race. In other words, those who obtained this karmic position were bound to do their best for the human race and could not betray them in the slightest. Otherwise, the backlash of the human race's destiny and the heavenly Tao would not let them have an easy time. Only the human emperor could not betray the human race. As long as he became the human emperor, it did not matter what his previous identity was or which force he came from. He could only be a human. So, if Wu Shisan really wanted to join the human race, Feng Zichen naturally raised his hands in agreement. But just as Feng Zichen said, if he could agree, how could Huda be willing? This kind of existence that was destined to become the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian was a treasure in any race. They wanted to worship him, so how could they easily give him to an outsider? Was there something wrong with her brain? It was the same for all races, and so was the witch race. Therefore, Feng Zichen was not worried about what Hutu said at all. Because he could not bear to. Yes. I can't bear to. I agree to this matter. I hope you don't forget what you said and give 13th brother a great opportunity. Wizard. Huda sighed in disappointment, as if she was recalling the glory of the witch race in the past, and said in a low mood. Then, she waved her hand and put the true spirit fragments of Wu Shisan that she had collected over the years into the 6 paths of reincarnation to let him reincarnate. To be honest, Huda's method of reincarnation was much better than Feng Zichen's. After all, her identity was there. Thank you, Empress. Zichen will never forget what I promised, Empress. Fengdu bowed respectfully to Hutu and slowly left. However, just as he was about to leave, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something and said to Hu, Empress, there are many powerful people in the primordial world now, and the situation can be said to be changing every day. It's hard to guarantee that no one will have designs on the ancestral Magi Palace. So, in my opinion, it's better for Empress to send some great wizards to guard the ancestral Magi Palace in case there are any changes. These days, the powerful people who lived in seclusion came out one after another. There might be some who were not afraid of death or had a grudge against the ancestral Magi. They would desperately destroy the ancestral Magi Palace to prevent the return of the ancestral Magi Palace. These had to be guarded against. Therefore, Fengdu Ghost Emperor reminded her. You're right. We have to guard against this. Back then, my brother and the others provoked a large group of enemies. They might take this opportunity to seek revenge. I'll send Xing Tian and the others to guard the ancestral Magi Palace later. Huda couldn't help but worry after hearing Fengdu's words. She hurriedly sent the few remaining great wizards to guard the ancestral Magi Palace. In the 960,000th year of the Earth Emperor's calendar, Wu Shisan reincarnated as a human and was born in the wizard tribe. His name was Qiyu. In the same year, under the secret instructions of Feng Zichen, some of the clansmen of the 5 primordial clans whose paths of cultivation were cut off escaped from their true spirits and reincarnated into the human race. They either assisted Xinyuan or Qiyu. When Qiyu was born, a shadow appeared. The image of the wizard ancestor appeared, and the phenomenon shook the area within 1,000,000 miles. This action not only alarmed the human race, but also the wizard race. Because of this, a great wizard from the wizard race, who had not appeared in the world for a long time, rushed to the human race and personally taught Qiyu how to cultivate. As for the human race, they didn't fall behind either. After realizing Qiyu's talent, they were afraid that he would be abducted by the wizard race. Therefore, in the ancient land of the human race, a peerless figure walked out of the 7 stars continent of the Eastern Sea. He brought the ancient god-fiend scriptures written by the ancient human emperor, Zichen, to teach Qiyu. The 7 stars continent of the Eastern Sea was the true ancient land of the human race. It was created by Feng Zichen in the ancient times. It was located in the hinterland of the Eastern Sea and was one of the escape routes of the human race. This place had never experienced the massacre of the human race by the demon race. It was the only force of the human race that had been passed down from the ancient times. Back then, the demon race used the power of the entire race to curse the human race, causing the human race to degenerate and become beasts. Of course, the human race in the 7 stars continent of the Eastern Sea was also affected. The dragon emperor of the time, Aotian, the son of the ancestral dragon, couldn't bear to see the human race end up like that. Therefore, he used the power of the entire race to seal the 7 stars continent, completely isolating it from the demon race's curse. It was also from that moment on that the 7 stars continent's space-time completely froze. It wasn't until Fuxi ascended the throne and unified all races, causing the human race's providence to reach its peak. The humans of the 7 stars continent were affected by this and broke the seal, reappearing in the world. Because the 7 stars continent had never experienced war, most of the ancient human race's legacies were preserved there. This also caused the 7 stars continent to become the sacred land of the human race. At the same time, it was also the sacred land of the god-fiend Tao. As such, one could imagine the 7 stars continent's status in the human race. Most people who were successful in cultivating the god-fiend Tao would head to the 7 stars continent to comprehend the god-fiend Tao ancestors' aura and leave behind some of their legacies. Over the years, the 7 stars continent had recorded the legacies of countless god-fiend Tao experts, becoming the sacred land of the god-fiend Tao that everyone yearned for. The peerless figures that walked out of this place might not be inferior to the ancestral shamans. This was the true foundation of the human race. 2 peerless figures personally taught Qiyu. It could be said that this was a unique treatment for the human race. For a time, Qiyu attracted a lot of attention from all races. As for Qiyu, he lived up to his name as a genius. His talent could be said to be the best of all races. Even Xinyuan was inferior to him. With such a figure, the mutants were naturally very happy. They saw the possibility of surpassing Xinyuan from Qiyu. However, Qiyu was outstanding, but Xinyuan wasn't bad either. After the disappearance of the Empress became depressed day by day. Not long after, she died due to excessive grief and exhaustion. First, his daughter mysteriously disappeared, and then his wife passed away. This was a huge blow to Shino. Affected by this, Shino gradually became reclusive. He no longer dealt with the affairs of the human race and handed everything over to Xinyuan. He immersed himself in cultivation to relieve the sorrow in his heart. Under Xuanyuan's rule, the human race could be said to be thriving day by day. Moreover, Xinyuan was a fair person and would not favor any side. Any dispute that reached his hands would be dealt with in the most fair way. All of these made Xuanyuan's name spread throughout the untainted land. Even the mutants couldn't find a reason to attack Xinyuan and pull him down from his position as the successor of the human emperor. Yes, not long after returning from the East Sea, Xinyuan stood up. While recovering from his injuries, he became Daluo Jinxian in one fell swoop and made up for his shortcomings in cultivation. Xinyuan could be said to be a perfect person. He was simply impeccable. The mutants tried everything to find a reason to attack him. The only reason they could find was the mysterious disappearance of the Empress concubine. However, His Majesty Shino had personally ordered that no one was allowed to discuss this matter. Therefore, the mutants didn't dare to use this matter as a reason to avoid angering Shino. As time passed, Chiyu gradually grew up and became more and more outstanding. Not only did he become the leader of the Witchmen, but he also subdued the surrounding 72 tribes of mutants, large and small. Even a portion of the Witchmen admired Chiyu very much. They didn't hesitate to leave the Witchmen and come to the human race to seek refuge with him. This also made Chiyu's name more and more resounding. He was vaguely known as the #1 person of the younger generation of the myriad races. But even so, Chiyu couldn't be compared to Xinyuan. This was because Chiyu was still making contributions, while Xinyuan had already made a name for himself. He was currently gradually taking over the power of the human race. Every decision he made could affect the current situation of the myriad races. Just this point alone was far from being comparable to Xinyuan. In the eyes of everyone, Chiyu was just a junior, a child. And Xinyuan was already an adult. The two were far from comparable. It was precisely because of this that the leaders of the mutants were very depressed. Especially the more outstanding Chiyu's performance, the more depressed they were. Xinyuan had no fault, so they had no reason to oust him. Shino wouldn't replace Xinyuan just because Chiyu was better than Xinyuan. In this way, wouldn't it be a mess? Changing the successor for no reason was a big taboo and the source of chaos. Since Xinyuan couldn't be replaced, so what if Chiyu performed well? They only hated that Chiyu was born 30,000 years later. This was the sigh of the mutant leaders. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.